you should go with special guest, but you gotta like spell it wrong or something. you gotta like play on that a little bit. Although special, like what kind of music did you play? Because I feel like special guest could work. Although I'm trying to think, like, how would you gimmick a band called Special Guest? You could do like a Broken Social Scene thing where every single thing you do has a different special guest on it. So you just always bring on a special guest. Because like Broken Social Scene never does an album with the exact same lineup. Every single album has a different lineup to a degree. Just realizing I put a video in the wrong playlist. Fix that. All right, let's dive in. Go over here and do this. It's day 6, methinks, of Reigns of Terror. Special guess, or you could be like special guess. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, this is the entrance that I'm probably the most proud of that I've ever built. It's very simple right now, but I do have some plans. I have some ideas on how to make this bottom bit down here and this entry bit a lot nicer. One of the first things I'm going to do now that we've started is I'm going to go down here and I'm going to tell the dwarves to pull this lever so that nothing, you know. Ooh, dwarf just about got smashed in that. So that they start using this entrance and exit. Because this is now the front door of the fort, basically. Something that we're going to need to do is we're going to need to make us a watchtower as soon as possible. Because if stuff invades, we need to be able to spot it, which is very important. So we're going to be doing that pretty soon. Also, there's a depressed dwarf in there. Stodier, why are you depressed? You're lonely. You're bored. You want to practice a craft. Do you have crafts? No, you don't. That's probably got something to do with it. Weaving, bone carving, stone crafting. Let's give you some crafts. But this is the fortress currently, or at least the very entrance to it. So the long-term plan for this fort is to build it into a necromancer tower. We're not naming dwarves after viewers, but what we are doing is we are naming them after things that they've done. We got Bomrek, the Brave. We've got Kikros, the Legless. We've got Ral, who's Gates. We've got Fath, who's Jagged. They're mostly named after artifacts they've made, but various different names are coming into focus over time, which to me is fun. One of the kind of fun things that I've done with this fortress that I don't normally do so far is I'm just trying to make it look a bit more pattern-y than normal. I don't often do that, but I've encountered like cinnabar and orthoclase and a bunch of other materials that are super good for just like, I guess, messing around and making weird patterns. So I've just been, you know, coloring things up and making stuff look nice. Because when you got fool's gold, you might as well do something with said fool's gold, right? But I'm actually going to need to mine out more of it pretty soon because I'm kind of running out. I've been using all of it, especially with this entryway. But I think it looks very nice, so that's a bonus at least. Because we're not in range of the elves, there's more wood around here than we're going to need, so we have this massive bonus there. But like I said, I think the next order of business after we get this wall over here built is I'm going to build a secondary tower like down here-ish, maybe about right there. And that's going to be our lookout tower. And I might also set it up so that we could theoretically have crossbow dwarves in that. But the actual fortress itself, if anybody hasn't seen an overview of it, just kind of goes down this way. Something I want to do today is I want to connect this circular building to these circular dugouts that I have down here. Because they do line up, but I need to connect them. This is the drowning chamber for combat purposes. Something that I'm very proud of was yesterday we were able to capture this guy, who's Galconmor Mercuschuman, which is a gigantic petrosaur with external ribs, large mandibles, and it is ravening. Its clear scales are jagged and set far apart. Beware its fire. we managed to capture it in this one tile wide little room here next to a drawbridge, and we can open this drawbridge with the pull of a lever, and hopefully he will set, our critter here will set goblins that are walking into here on fire. And because this is a drowning trap, I won't be able to accidentally like drown the Petrosaur, because fortunately Forgotten Beasts are immune to drowning, which is just, you know, a happy bonus as far as I'm concerned. As for the fortress itself, well, we do have a were creature in it, but it is just a single one, and it's stuck in my walls, and it attacked me first, so we're not torturing it. It attacked me first. But this is the kind of the main layer of the fortress itself right now. The area with the upside-down cross is my hospital, and I'll have you know it's right side up if you walk in the front door. There's some mason stuff, and then up here we got lots of blocks. Down here we got our main, what do you call it? Our forges. And over here to the left somewhere, there's a Forgotten Beast blob with gas. I haven't actually seen it come out yet. I don't actually know exactly where it is. But we're just gonna kind of wait for it to come back. It'll come back eventually. We just gonna need to keep an eye on it. And then down here is, well, where stuff is filling, and then we have power down here, which is currently shut off. And the reason it was shut off is because there's a toad down here, and I would like to kill it. So I'm gonna tell my military actually to go kill it. Can you guys please get down here and go kill that toad? Because there is a giant cave toad down here, and I'm tired of having it down here. So we're gonna go kill that. Are they unable to reach it? I think they might be. Nope, they definitely are able to reach it. But they're too busy listening to poetry. Guys, come on. Yeah, you can. Go to locations menu. You can set whether or not a location is available to visitors. So, I mean, you can't make, like, restricted zones, but they won't really go into people's bedrooms unless they're invited, or unless they have a meeting with somebody. And Pilot Guy, it's good to see you. Pilot, today was the longest period of time between starting the stream and somebody hitting the first button we've had in, like, 2 weeks. It was about 15 minutes. It was kind of funny. And Cooler got it. Hope you're doing well, Pilot. But yeah, in here, if you hit R, you can set whether an area is visitors only or long-term citizens only, which is quite helpful, actually. So we just need to... Okay, I have a troll, apparently. We just need to keep an eye... Well, I see the problem here. It actually just can't get up, back up. I mean, that's fine. We'll just leave it. The first button hiding for so long? Yeah. It's kind of fun, though. I'm very amused by that stuff. So yeah, we just kind of need to keep an eye out for our blobby forgotten friend. He may have, like, just gone off and died to some random creature. It's hard to tell. But something that I really would like to do with this fort is I would like real bad to make this into, or to give us a like a moat. I'm thinking like a big ol' lava moat would be a lot of fun. That is something that I'm kind of planning here. So really hoping that we can get that sorted. I think maybe next order of operations is to seal off this underground area down here. So right there goes to where? Right there? Okay. So let's do... Let's just do this. And then I can pretty easily... Well... Let's just go to you. Go along this way. Let's go to granite and just build around this down here. Because we're going to build this area down here into this so that we can start channeling down. Because I would like to make it obvious that this is our fortress area, place that we live. But how have you been, Pilot? How's your weekend been? Hope things been good. I hope work's been good. The old new job, new old job, whatever you call them, the things. Hope that's been good. I'm just kind of in a rambly mood, and I feel like talking a lot. And it's a Sunday, so it's people are gonna be quiet. So it is what it is. Just claiming ammunition back because there's a lot of it. So like I said earlier, we need to make us a little. We need to make us a small watchtower, maybe to put a turkey in it or something, or put our turkeys in it, and they'll spot the enemy before they get here, long before. I think it was 3, right? Yeah. And all right, there we go. So this has been constructed now. So let's just pop out the side here. This is not actually how big it's going to be, but I want to do this out of slate, but I think that granite's probably the right material. So this is where our watchtower is going to end up going. Yeah, that seems good. I can work with that. I can work with that. Ow. Fingers are hurting. Today's one of those days where my fingers just feel like they're cramping all the time. It's not fun. It is not fun. It's wearing you out, I getcha. Not a lot of work necessarily, but is fast and on a deadline. I getcha. It's nicer to just have your computer for entertainment. You know, it's funny because like that's like a borderline foreign concept from like my far long lost memory. It's just like computer just purely for entertainment. They make those? Like it's at the point now where it's like if I want to entertain myself, I get away from the computer. Because it's impossible for me to be at the computer without almost spontaneously starting working. Like I kind of envy it in a way. Kind of miss it. Our forgotten fellow has not come back. I'm starting to think that the vomit blob from the caverns is just gone. I think he's gone missing. Let's go do that. So I do have some other ideas for weird patterns that I could start doing, which I guess I should probably also start doing since we're here. I know that there's some people that are very anti-microcline, but I'll have you know, it looks pretty. I did get word that the pandemic job is imploding like a slow motion train wreck. Kind of sucks though. I mean, it sounds like a lot of people worked there. Like, I understand like kind of the Schadenfreude of watching a thing fall over, but it just kind of, it sucks that people have to lose their jobs, you know? Today is one of those days where I feel the need to post a Reddit thread, so. Anybody wants to help out the stream, here's a link. All right. Let's just go back to kind of the stream of consciousness. So kind of what I'm going to do is I'm going to do like a kind of wrapping pattern. Actually, you know what? Let's just get rid of this road. Roads are a pain. You've got those blocks there, and then we can do this. Are all of those dwarves already hauling those? I guess so. I think we'll fill the middle bits in with cinnabar. I've got ideas. I've got ideas. Most of the people you care about have also gotten out of there right now. Yeah, but still, there's, I don't know. That shit sucks. it just sucks. You know? Although it sounds like they weren't the best employers, so I guess they kind of got what was coming to them to a degree. Another thing I need to do is, uh-oh, I got a strange mood. Did you get what you needed? Yarn cloth, tanned hides, silk cloth, rough gems. Plant cloth. I thought that this was already finished. Bones. Metal bars. Do you have bones? Let's just go for bones. Oh, well. Great. Well, I don't have bones, so it's unless something manages to kill some random animal. That dwarf. We might just lose that dwarf. I don't know. Depends on whether or not we can get bones. Because I'm going to need to kill that toad. But even if we kill that toad, I need someone to hunt it. Because there's no animals on the map right now. I got no livestock to be able to butcher. I had a bunch of turkeys, but they got eaten. So, you know, that's always excellent. Let's line up. All right, let's see what else we can do from here. I'm actually kind of pleased with how well this is going so far down here. Granite. Where'd my granite go? There it is. I think. No, I lost it. Crap. There's granite. What's above you? I mean, that sounds like a lovely thing to bust out. A light-activated screaming pumpkin. That sounds wonderful. Big fan of light-activated screaming pumpkin. Dwarf went stark raving mad. It's fine. It's unfortunate, but it's fine. This is going to take a little while. I've got a lot of dwarves doing construction work right now. Got a lot of dwarves doing construction work. Kind of tempted to like move the tavern or put another tavern up in here. Also, all of the dwarves carrying all of the fucking random pieces of ammunition into the fortress from the sieges. That's what's actually taking a long time here. Would we be so cavalier about cutting them down? You know, it's like, you know, it's funny. There's that statement, but there's also my personal favorite one, which is how like awkward a lot of people get when they realize that cows are as smart, if not smarter, than dogs. Because people are just like, dog is friend, because dog is smart, right? And then they're just like, you show a video of a cow like being super, like acting smart, and they're like, no, cow dumb, cow just burger. It's just like, well, I mean, the people start to think differently when they see footage of like cows acting super smart. It's like I love red meat and I will eat red meat occasionally, but it's like it's kind of strictly put down as like a treat for me now. And also I've seen some pretty stupid dogs. I've seen some really stupid dogs in my life. But yeah, if we figured out a way to communicate with trees, that would be fascinating. It's actually like probably never gonna happen, but there's so much evidence that of the ways that trees communicate and are aware of each other is just fucking fascinating to me. Like it's not because like I watched a documentary on Netflix recently, which was very, very good, called The Most Unknown, which is just like it's I think 10 scientists all explaining the most complicated unknowns from their fields to other scientists. So you have like astrophysicists, you have psychologists, you have biologists, all explaining like the most complex and confusing thing. One of the people who was in the video or in the film was studying extremophiles, and talking about how like our concept of life is something that you can shout at it and it'll look at you, whereas like, and if something doesn't respond to our concept of language, then it's obvious by default not intelligent. It's like, well, something doesn't necessarily need to respond to us to be intelligent. Something doesn't need to be aware of us or acknowledge us to be intelligent. It can be intelligent without ever even mentioning that we exist, which I think is fascinating. You know, it's kind of like a jellyfish. It's like jellyfish don't even have brains, but like it's a sentient creature. I know. I love that shit. Thinking about like the concept of intelligence and sentience is just way too fascinating to me. Which just the imagine if trees could scream argument is just like reminding me of that. Another named shield. That's something I've never really managed to care about in Dwarf Fortress, is the naming of weapons. I find it more annoying than anything. It's like one of the few mechanics in DF I'm like, I could almost live without that mechanic. All right, more of the blue, because we're just doing blue for this layer. I might move the military up to this layer. This might be where I put the military. Although I don't know if I want to train the whole military on this layer, because if I put the military on this layer, then there's a chance that they will run out and attack things before I actually want them to. I'm doing all right, Arch. Doing all right. I'm just kind of savoring my last few streams before I go on vacation. Which, as I was kind of talking about a little bit ago, is a pretty pathetic excuse for vacation. It's more of a long weekend. But, you know, chilling. Just hanging out. Posted a Reddit thread about the stream today. Just hanging out. Thanks to everybody who interacted with that thread, by the way. Goes a long way. But yeah, just chilling. Yeah, I will be gone from the 8th until the 11th. I will be skipping basically a Saturday, Sunday worth of streams this coming week. So it's not much of a vacation, but I'm gonna see my sister hopefully over on Vancouver Island, and because me and my friend Kevin, we normally go to Vancouver Island usually every spring. But obviously we missed 2020, and we definitely have missed 2021 so far. So we're going to Vancouver Island for a few days, and we're gonna do our normal bar crawls and go to all of our favorite restaurants and stuff. Because there's a lot of really good craft beer out there, and we're kind of beer snobs, and so we're gonna go to a bunch of beer tastings, and all that stuff's outdoors or in warehouses. So it's like, as far as like generalized safety goes, it's some of the safer things you could be doing. So we're just gonna go blow off some steam because neither of us have really had a vacation in a very long time. Be nice. So yeah, I there will be a lacking of streams next weekend, but I will be back Tuesday, normal time. We will continue from there. Today's been pretty quiet so far today, but that's okay. Although tomorrow there will actually be an RTS Monday over on Evil Trick's stream, because Evil Trick is back from all of his family gatherings and other various things. So me and Evil Trick are going to try and play some StarCraft custom games, which will be interesting because I haven't played StarCraft since StarCraft Brood War. I've never played StarCraft 2, so I will install the free stuff and we will play with that. It should be fun. You really don't have a second chest? Apparently my Baron doesn't have two chests. All right, I will give you a second chest. Goblin Diplomat has arrived, and it threw me to the wrong part of the map. The Goblin Diplomat is part of the humans faction. There you go. Now you got yourself another chest. Perfect. So the humans have arrived to trade, basically. Which means we get to trade in our new trading depot. And I get to watch them go up my new entryway. Welcome, humans. Welcome, welcome. Hope that you enjoy your stay. Vancouver Island is bigger than some countries. Like, Vancouver Island is almost as big as Ireland. Like, there's a lot of it. I think I'm going to sell all the arrows, because arrows are kind of useless to me, because I only have crossbows in the fort right now. And yeah, I think that's all that we're gonna do. I'll be fine. Vancouver Island Mountains? Yeah, I mean, it's like a mountain range down the middle, basically. But it is still bigger than some countries. And Dwarf, the Goblin Royal Keeper of the something? I think it's Keeper of the Seal. Dwarf says, greetings, noble dwarf. There is much to discuss. Such a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves. There's much to share. We've updated your maps, and it has been an honor, noble Aloth. I bid you farewell. They've updated my maps. Any news? Lots of news. Still just lots of things invading lots of things. This one up here, which is interesting. Malice Acted was conquered by the people who just visited with me. And now they're looking to they're an allied faction, but they are operating like a Helix, which I've never seen before, which I think is really interesting. I've never had an allied faction look to me for their future prosperity. And something just spooked the humans, and now they're leaving. Well, I mean... Huh. All right. Sure. Also, I need to make some slabs. I got a couple dwarves that need to be memorialized, so I should just make a bunch of those. My mayor's been re-elected, of course. The good mayor. Welcome back. It's all the way up at the top because they're right there. That's a place. And orthoclase. Cinnabar. 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 But yeah, Vancouver Island it's a very nice place. It's also kind of like, we jokingly refer to Vancouver Island as BC's Florida. It's very much it's like a senior's retirement home, basically. Like, my grandma lives out there. Like, the average age of, outside of Victoria, Victoria has a bunch of young people in it, but outside of Victoria, Vancouver Island's average age is something like 55 or above, and in some areas it's as high as 65. So there's a lot of parts of Vancouver Island that are primarily elderly folks. Well, it came from watching Big Timber. I have no idea what that is, but it sounds like the thing that people are protesting against right now, which is sad. It's for the newlywed and the nearly dead. I don't know about newlywed. There's a lot of single people on that island, I'll put it that way. Sounds like Canadian Florida. I mean, it's not really party. It's less party and more just like, okay, it's like Florida if weed was legal. Because, like, it's impossible to go 5 steps in Victoria without running into somebody with, like, dreadlocks down to their knees and, like, just the constant stench of dank, and it's great. So there's a lot of that in Victoria. All right, it is time for us to brew more booze. Because we are running low. We don't want to run dry. I wonder what spooked the humans. Seriously. Our beast that has been forgotten seems to be losing interest. I am super duper overworking these dwarves right now. It's almost bad. Floor hatch, there we go. Gold hatch covers. Let's do gold, gold, and do an orthoclase one. We'll fake one of them. We'll be fine. No one will notice. There's flies everywhere down here. What the fuck? It's very strange. All right, let's bring down more granite. But yeah, I like Vancouver Island a whole lot. A lot of good beer out there. It's not the main reason I like it, but I don't know. Vancouver Island has always just kind of been the closest faraway place for us. It's just like the easiest place to just go stay for a weekend. It's even easier since my, like, you know, older sister lives out there and whatnot. Older sister and her husband, they work in a pharmacy out there, which is like endless work. There will always be work for somebody who works in a pharmacy in a place with so many seniors. Yeah, this is my next pattern that I'm building down here. I'm gonna kind of build a spiral kind of going out, and I think we're gonna build multiple little towers down here. I mean, I'm also going to dig this whole area out, which is hopefully gonna come out kind of neat by the time it's done, but we'll see. I mean, I could also start doing that too, because what I want to do is like this. I'm just gonna start digging around it, because I want to dig up the whole tower eventually. Let's do that. Let's do that. 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 Uh-oh. Not on the inside there. And then we're going to kind of go around the edge and we're going to fill her in. And then once we're done filling in the outside, then from there we can work on even more fun bits. But yeah, my kind of plan for this is to fill this whole thing up with lava. I wanna have a big ol' lava moat by the time this fort's done. Because frankly, we can do that. Why not? I've done crazier stuff, so we're gonna have a goddamn lava moat by the time we're done. Mark my words. There are some pretty unfinished chunks to this fort so far, but that's part of what makes it fun. The fact that I'm like super overbuilding this fort and overthinking this fort has led to it's made things interesting for me so far, which is nice. Yeah, I'm not entirely certain that a long weekend counts as a vacation, but I'm calling it a goddamn vacation because it's the closest thing to a vacation I've had in 2 years. So, and then by the time I come back, hopefully the concert scene will actually be kicking back up into gear again, which will be nice. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to concerts actually happening. It's been kind of funny, like, reading their restrictions and going like, man, this is going to upset some whiny individuals. I'm kind of not looking forward to watching security at concerts now, but, you know, it'll be fine. One of the shows that I had tickets for rebooked at a bigger venue so that they could sell more tickets, which also means that it's going from a 200-person venue running at half capacity to a 500-person venue running at half capacity. So they get to sell twice the tickets, but also have twice the capacity, which is going to be nice because it just means more elbow space. Because it's all going to be assigned seating anyway, so you have to stay at your seat, but it'll be, I think, a little bit more tolerable. All right, I think we're just going to let the dwarves finish all of their constructions because they got a lot to do still. I need to put a turkey up here. Chat, we are quite lurky today, so if there's anything specific you guys would like to talk about, feel free. I'm just in full-on ramble mode, so if I sound like I'm going in circles, that's why. I only have so much capacity to do this. Because I flourish with interaction. That's what makes my streams interesting. But if left to my own devices, I just ramble about whatever the fuck, so I'm going to continue to ramble about whatever the fuck. Hopefully that works for you. If it doesn't, then feel free to bring up a subject to talk about, because that would be much more interesting for everybody involved. What have I ate today? A everything bagel with almond butter. I don't like almond butter. I also don't like peanut butter. How about you, Cooler? You were supposed to drink the water last night, though. Are you really going to be that guy, H2L? Because that's just mean. Isn't that on Apple TV, which basically means it doesn't exist? At least to me, because I refuse to give Apple money. I'm sorry for making food that I enjoyed, even though I'm not a huge fan of something. But just saying ew to, like... I'm just going to put this out there, right? You talked about yesterday about how you said that, like, it's hard to tell what you can and what you can't joke about with me. If I imply that I made food and ate it, you should be proud of me because I borderline am anorexic on a bad day, right? Like, I will just starve myself for days at a time on a bad day. So it's like, if you want to, like, make fun of something, just avoid food. Just don't make fun of things I eat. Because if I'm eating something, it's probably for health reasons. Literally, the reason I'm eating almond butter is because my doctor says that I need more protein. So I'm eating more protein. Just let me eat the things I'm eating and be happy when I'm eating, because if I'm not eating, that's the actual concern. I know eating isn't a problem for everybody, but it is a problem for me. Based on yesterday's decision? Yeah, well. I could throw out my other pet peeve about what you just said, but I'll let that one slide. All right. Let's put a rope down there. I just need to be able to spot where creatures before they show up. Zaphon, the clother has been taken by a fey mood. Now I'm like curious about what you're gonna make. You're gonna go grab a clother shop though, no? Yep, clother shop. What are you going for? Wait, what collapsed? How? How did that cave in? Also, Dwarf was found dehydrated, but like, how did that cave in? I'm so confused. What caved in? All right, I mean, nothing died. And then that dwarf was the one that went mad earlier, which checks out. Where did that clother go? Still holding that granite boulder. You know, it's part of the reason I sometimes have nothing to say, H2O. It's because I assume that if I do say what I'm thinking, chat will make fun of me. And it's like, you know, there's some things that I'm really bad at in life, and there's some things that I'm trying to get better at. But it really sucks when, like, you just get mocked for doing something right for once. So, thanks. That's all I have to say. Alright, what was that? Was that lead? I think that was lead. It's gonna be heavy clothing, whatever you're making. Maybe you're making like an X-ray shield. I actually have bones this time. Also, this is just for future reference. Don't ever call me buddy. It's incredibly demeaning. Call me child while you're at it. That's more me just mocking you at this point, but don't call people buddy. Especially people you don't know personally. Buddy's a pet name. Buddy is something that you call like a 5-year-old. Don't call an adult man buddy. Fuck off. I am not the only person who's annoyed to hell by that. I know someone who punched somebody in the head because they called them buddy. Do not call people buddy. I know some people just use it as part of their normal lexicon, but just don't fucking do it. God, it's like... It's fucking disgusting. No, totally. But also, every human has an X amount of capacity to be mocked. And when it's every day for the same things, it gets old after a while. You really don't care? Do me a huge favor and don't call me buddy. Because every time you call me buddy, I will call you out for it. It's not actually something that genuinely makes me mad or anything. It's just like, my uncle calls me buddy. You know, like, my cousin used to call me buddy when I was 6. Just don't do that. I mean, you do you, man. You do you. If that's the thing that makes you tune out of my stream, that's hilarious to me, but have some respect for people. Mildly? Mildly, that's putting it lightly, dude. Now, I think the problem is in Western America, or in Western North America, it's a demeaning thing that you call a child. And then in Eastern states and Midwestern states, it's perfectly normal and acceptable. But here it's like, it's like, I know there's some parts of the world where it's acceptable to call somebody boss. If you call somebody boss here, it's literally like calling somebody fat. That's literally all it means. Is it means, hey, fatty. That's what that means if you call somebody boss. And it's really funny to me because, like, sometimes I'll see people unironically call somebody boss. It's like, you do know that in a lot of regions of the world, that's a slang term for calling somebody fat. It's like, you do realize that, right? And I've had people, like, get really upset with me before for, like, pointing that out. And they're like, that's not what that means. It's like, maybe not where you're from. But here, like, you'll get your nose broken if you call somebody boss. I know somebody who got kicked out of a taxi for calling his taxi driver boss. Like, it's not a good thing to call somebody that. Okay, cooler. All right, so let's deconstruct this trading depot because we don't need that. Got to get it deconstructed before they try and use it again. We just got to get these sealed off, and then we're doing well. Excellent. Zephon the Clother has created a Serac Tan, a pigtail cloak, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Zuglar Boltstrap. Now, if only you'd wear it. It's worth 31,440. Jesus, this is a long description. It's like, yeah, you can call me buddy, and yeah, you could also call me boss, but I'm gonna ask you why you called me fat, and then I'm gonna ask you to stop calling me a child afterwards. But anyway, it's Echo Ticked, a pigtail cloak. This is a pigtail cloak. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular cobaltite cabochons and encircled with bands of rectangular granite cabochons, and it is made from pigtail cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of lead and cherry opal. On the item is an image of Fath Tangleraiser, the dwarf, and dwarves in pigtail. Fath Tangleraiser is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Fath Tangleraiser to the position of Baron of the Rag of Suns in the year 489. I wonder if you're still my Baron. On the item is an image of a wombat in lead. On the item is an image of Locum Whirl Painted, the dwarf and dwarves in Cassowary Bone. Locum Whirl Painted is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Locum Whirl Painted to the position of Queen of the Rag of Suns in the year 102. On the item is an image of Hoisted Fragments, the whimsical rope in quartzite. The quartzite rock weapon rack in quartzite. The quartzite rock weapon rack in quartzite. That's a sentence. It's a giant stone inside of a cloth bag. Kind of. Kind of. What's up, Ducky? How's things? All right. Let's do that. So we put it on display. Let's get back to that surface layer, which is this layer. This is the important one. And then I need to put that turkey up here. I have a stray guinea hen? What? I guess or a guinea cock. I guess we're gonna put that up there. Yes, today is a Sunday. It's lazy Sunday. I've definitely been in lazy Sunday mode so far today. And we're only, what, 2 hours into the stream and I've already pissed one person off? Doing pretty well, considering I'm in a good mood today. At least I thought I was. What am I doing with you? Granite, I think? Yeah, granite. Let's put wood there. and wood there so that I can replace those. So this little critter here is going to notice dark creatures before they cause us problems. Granite. And granite. And granite. And granite. Because granite's like the one thing I have an abundance of. I have virtually unlimited granite in this fortress, which is kind of nice. But yeah, this is going to be our little lookout tower. Best of luck, anybody, with your investments. Looks like you missed out, Mr. Runner. Jimmy, good win. Rip me, I suppose. I lost all that I gained today. I was like, I will invest what I gained today. And yep, lost it all. Serves me right. All right. Cut those out and do the corners. Can also do 2 more corners here. Let's check down here. How's our little spiral coming along? Our little spiral's coming along nice. Let's do more spiral. How is it? I haven't tried it yet because I basically ended stream last night and then immediately went and edited a video, and I then edited until 9 o'clock at night, and then went and made dinner, and then went to bed at 11:30. So that was like my day yesterday. Is like I ended stream and then just immediately went and edited a video. I mean, part of me was kind of like, maybe best idea to give him a day or two to iron out kinks, but oddly enough, considering how long that patch took, it's probably a pretty polished patch by this point. At least I would expect it to be. My nose is super... Okay, so this might be a little TMI. I have a pretty plainful black head on my nose right now. And my nose is really itchy, but if I itch my nose, it really hurts. This is like the worst world problems. All right. Dwarves are going to work on that little swirl. We can put wall pieces in here. And here. Hey, Beefcake. Long time. How you fucking been, dude? How's life been treating you? Although I feel like I said long fucking time the last time I saw you too, so I guess it's still the same busy, I suppose. Not on Twitch as much. Let's do that. And that. Hard to figure out how to place jobs. Yeah, that's like Odd Realm kind of operates on its own like set of rules and design laws, sort of like the way Dwarf Fortress does, but like with a completely different design concepts behind it, which makes it similarly difficult to figure out what you're doing, at least initially. But supposedly you can start on a raft now, like just on a little platform in the middle of the ocean, which is kind of awesome. So I need to try that. At least the concept of it seems kind of awesome. It's like Minecraft custom maps. Ugh, that sucks. I've been better, probably better than the last time you saw me. Twitch decided to make life very difficult for channels around my size, and they're only making it harder with no real sense or idea of when they will make it easier. I've been in a better space, generally. Took care of my parents' dog for a bit. That definitely helped. Going on a short vacation this weekend, which will be nice. Looking forward to that. It's more of a long weekend than a real vacation, but it's... I'm going to Vancouver Island for a couple of days to see my sister and hang out with a friend, so... We need to mine out more stuff to get stuff. What Twitch do now? They killed auto hosts almost completely. So overnight I lost like 40 to 50% of my traffic, which is fun. So that happened. It's been like a month of it. To give you an idea, June, July, August, I had an average of about 90 viewers by the end of every month. I'm now down to about 55. Just because Twitch flipped a switch and changed how AutoHost works. AutoHosts still exist, but they are, they might as well not exist. What, to figure out Odd Realm? Gotcha. Well, I mean, I will see what I can do. I will definitely... Does he have a tutorial up for the new race yet? Because I know all the other races in the game have tutorials. Beefcake, thanks for the host. Yeah, so basically, like, auto hosts still happen, but, like, they don't pop up on the normal channel page, and because nobody idles on the home page that they put them on, like, they might as well not exist. Raids do. That's not what raids do. That's not how raids work. I know what you're talking about, but it's not what you're thinking. They don't count towards getting partnered. But I've been partnered for 3 years now, so I don't have that issue. I need to just make another finished goods stockpile. Just a small one. Nothing ridiculous. But yeah, no, raids definitely do count towards your average views. Hosts don't do anything anymore. I mean, hosts still count. It's just the way they've changed them, nobody, like, they don't affect anything. Technically, hosts still count towards your views. It's just not in a way that's useful. Which is especially annoying because, like, I mean, I've done plenty of bitching about this, so I shouldn't just bitch more, but it's especially annoying because, like, when you also take into account that, like, a lot of the people who host me are asleep. Or, like, not always at their computer and able to host, so, like, 80% of the time, hosts just don't even have any effect because they might as well not be there. All right, we got stuff we got to mine through. I got to mine more cinnabar. Kind of tempted to just... Where is that miasma coming from? Excuse me. Let's just go into stocks, go down to body parts, dump all those, and go to corpses and dump all those. Because something died somewhere, and I don't know what it is. All right, well, I need these stones, so we're gonna go around the edge here and mine these out, and then fill this back in. There's a few spots I'm gonna need to do this, basically. Let's also go start... making sure I'm not missing anything. go. Get some of those done. Fighting with a blue peacock. But, you know, it's fine. We'll get through it. It's nothing new. Twitch making changes to break features, it just means that I gotta hustle more and be slightly more annoying as a as a YouTuber, which I'm not thrilled with, but could be worse. At the very least, you know, I still got the people who watch. At least I think I do. Oh, you tried the raft, Jimmy? I gotcha. Yeah, I need to try the Odd Realm beta. I might wait until midweek, though. I don't know if I'll do that today. Hopefully we can get a fix at some point, Beefcake, but till then, like I've basically just politely asked somebody who kind of offered from the audience here to make a tool that basically just sits in your chat and manually hosts whoever you're auto-hosting. So if that gets made at any point, that'll be extremely helpful. So that's something that I'm crossing my fingers and hope happens at some point. But you know, there's only so much you can do, really. Is that blood? What even is that? Yep, it is indeed blood. Yeah, well, I mean, so when they did the channel redesign, hosts lost about 10 to 15% of their views. This was back when they did the channel redesign. But now they've moved hosts from the auto hosts from the channel page to this page. So you actually have to like click on the icon and there's like a front page-esque wheel here that shows. So it literally, it literally just nobody ever sees it is the problem, which just sucks. But not a whole lot I can do about it. I can bitch and moan and whine, but that's about it. Granite. So, you know, hopefully CCX will be incredible and make us a tool that'll fix the problem, but then we just need streamers to use it, which is the other fun bit. Oh, also, since you've been gone from Twitch for a little bit, Dr. Beefcake, Twitch is, if you remember the feature boosting that Twitch kind of covertly announced a while ago and then proceeded to implement extremely broken and in a really poor state to some channels, and like it never really worked for most of us, but some people it did, and but anyway, they're now testing letting you pay for boosts or letting viewers pay for boosts, and the streamer doesn't get a cut of it, which is cool. So they're testing letting you just pay for viewers now, which is special, I guess. We'll see how that goes. I have a feeling it'll go great and they'll make lots of money and they'll keep it. Yo, Bastet, how are you? Because you didn't make it right at the start today. The first thing didn't get called for like 15 minutes until Cooler finally got it. Wave depletion didn't even check, which is just kind of amazing. Well, what's up, Bastet? I hope you're doing well. But yeah, Squawk, that's the thing. Twitch is testing letting you pay to get views. Which really, to me, like, doesn't actually help you all that much. And it's just kind of sad because I don't see it as, like, a death of Twitch or anything. I just see it as a, man, you're gonna cost people who are like just starting out and have no idea what they're doing a bunch of money. Who like, like that's all. The only people who are gonna pay for that shit are like people who are brand new, in my opinion. And then it's like you're gonna basically charge people who are just starting out on your platform a bunch of money for what they think will bring them a bunch of views. That just kind of sucks. You may as well monetize it directly. I don't think that's what it is, really. I mean, like, in theory, I'm not against the concept. I think my main issue is that it's not something. Because it's not paying for view bots, right? It's paying to put your channel in the promoted slot, right? Which isn't a view bot. Those are different things. I'm okay with it in theory. I guess my issue with it is that the streamer doesn't get a cut of it. It's like, if it's a thing that audience members can pay for and the streamer doesn't get a cut of it, that sucks. So that's my actual issue with it. But I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's paid promotions. Like, it's paying to promote yourself, basically, but it's like, because it's a promoted slot. That's what it is. It's the promoted slot on the front page, which theoretically, and you pay for X number of views, so I think it's like 99 cents for 1,000 impressions or something, which is kind of a lot. But still, it's like, what irks me is that viewers can theoretically pay for it, and the streamer doesn't get a cut of it. I mean, at the end of the day, and the reason it doesn't bother me so much is like, you know all those weirdos on Twitch who get really mad that pretty girls are stealing their views? The people who are looking at the recommended section on Twitch aren't looking for Dwarf Fortress. They're just gonna go to Twitch, or they're gonna go to the search bar, and they're gonna type in Dwarf Fortress, you know? Like, to me, like, that isn't a feature that's like a negative for me. Like, I'm okay with it existing because, like, I don't know, fucking standing out in the Fortnite directory is difficult. I get it. Like, let people have more powers to, like, if you really want to spend money on views, just let people do it. Fucking why not? What I don't like is them removing features that make organically growing easier. That's what I don't like. Or changing features to be less confusing, to make growing organically easier or harder. That's what I don't like. In theory, it's like, if people want to fucking pay for views, let people fucking pay for views. Like, they'll stop pretty quickly because it won't help. So that's just my take. I don't know. Maybe it's an unpopular take, but if people want to piss money away, I guess let them piss money away. Also, Twitch has some really good moderation, believe it or not. You try and moderate Twitch better. Also, Twitch has a lot of tools to make moderating, like, those buy views bots out of your chat extremely easy. The thing is, a lot of people just don't use them. Like, Twitch has those tools. Just turn on, like, can't chat unless you have a verified account, which is easy. It just requires that you have a phone number put into your account to chat. You need a phone number in your account to chat in my chat, which means I'm probably losing, like, what, 5% of a possible Twitch audience? But, like, I don't want to deal with people who don't want to verify their account. So if you don't want to verify your account, well, I guess you can watch a different stream. You know, like, it's not even a Twitch has bad moderation tools. It's, in fact, they keep on adding more. It's more of a Twitch has decent moderation tools and people don't use them, and then they get mad and surprised when like shit happens to them, and it's like, well, whose fault is that? Is it fault of Twitch for not making their moderation tools clearer, or is it the fault of you for just, like, not using them? Generally, it's like, in my experience, a lot of trolling can get pretty brutal, and I've been hit by some pretty bad stuff in the past, so I feel it, I get it, but also there are tools in place to fix those issues. The dwarves have arrived to trade. We can trade with them, since the humans fucked off for seemingly unknowable reasons. Let's do that. Also, another reason why I think that paid advertising feature is not that bad on Twitch, because honestly, I would rather Twitch charges for advertising your own stream than letting people advertising viewbots rip people off, get people banned, because viewbots don't help anybody. And they often don't work that well either, and they get you caught really quickly because Twitch is really good at detecting them, and then you get banned, and it's like, yeah, that's not helping anybody. Like, if somebody wants to pay for promotion, just let them fucking pay for promotion. Generally, if people aren't watching your stream, it's because you've got a bigger problem, not because you're lacking promotion. That's usually the case. If people are not watching, it means you have something about you that you need to fix. Yeah, I mean, like, if it stops somebody from falling for a phishing scam, maybe it's better that we have it. I don't know. Even though I think the whole feature's kind of silly. Doran says, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Do you have any dwarves to recommend for elevation? I'm going to say no once again. Next time. Or next stream I do of this fortress, we'll say yes. Because I will be upping my population after this time. We're into early autumn of the year 560. Oh, I understand why this is caving in. I'm a big idiot. Oh well. It's okay. It's only 1Z level and it's just some dust. They can walk it off. Need to cut the corners off first from that. We can get those corpses out of there once the water is finished flowing out. There's a little puddle there. Let's also check in with that layer that I started picking away at again. Can I automate Cinnabar? God, I wish I could automate Cinnabar. That'd be so nice. Oh, this is granite, if I'm not mistaken, yeah? Nope, it's quartzite. All right, well, I can build quartzite. Pretty sure I got a bunch of quartzite, don't I? But yeah, like I said, my only real issue with that is, like, if you're gonna let viewers pay for something, let the streamer have a cut. That's my only real issue with it. But That's a very streamer perspective to have on the thing, I think. Streamer is just greedy for money. Facts. I mean, like, I've had people gift subs and then get shocked when they learn that I have to pay taxes on stuff. Like, a lot of people don't really think about the money side of streaming very often. Which I think makes sense, you know? Like, the only people actually thinking about that stuff are the people streaming, you know? It's like, well, this is a business, right? And I think some people, don't really put two and two together that streaming is a business all the time. It's like, this is a business, this is my job, like, this is, like, independent radio is kind of the same bucket that you need to put it into, because it's not too far off of what it is, really, in a lot of ways. It's like an independent show that I write, produce, broadcast, film. It's actually kind of funny, because I was listening to a Nextlander Q&A, and Nextlander's three guys, and they are ex-Giant Bomb peoples, and they started a Patreon and are, you know, going off into the world on their own terms. And there's three of them, right? And from my perspective, I'm like, oh man, running like a YouTube channel and a Twitch channel with three people, man, that would be amazing, because like you'd be able to get so much done, you'd be so efficient. And they're talking about how this is their first time ever having to do like business end stuff, and about how it's like a huge learning curve. And they were like, yeah, no, like back at the website, like they just had to make content. That was it. Like they had to make content and output content. And now it's like they have to do all the business stuff and all the planning stuff and finding sponsors. And I'm just sitting here going like, yeah, that's my fucking Tuesday. That's why I'm so exhausted all the time, is because I have the same amount of output, if not more output, than a lot of these websites without the business side being covered for me. Like I have to do all that shit myself, which is like kind of a lot sometimes. Yeah, I mean, to be totally clear, like I'm in my opinion doing incredibly well, Aqua. Like people were very kind last month, especially in the last few days because of September. Like those subscriptions on sale, that helped me a lot this year. So I'm very, very, very thankful for that. But yeah, no, I mean like I'm doing okay financially doing this, but like I do sometimes like get a question mark above my head about the way some people think that streamer money works. And also like when people don't realize how much work a lot of this stuff takes, you know, like putting on a 9 hours worth of stream and then being told like, oh, you need to do more editing on your YouTube channel in order for people to really like it. It's like, well, I do what I can, because literally like give you an idea on what I did yesterday. Yesterday I streamed for 9 hours, right, Aqua? Streamed for 9 hours, and then it was 9.5 hours. I ended stream. I did my YouTube exports, which took 25 minutes. I got all my playlists and stuff racked up for the next few days. Then I edited a video for 2 hours almost. It was about an hour and a half of editing and then an hour of uploading and doing thumbnails. It was about an hour and a half of editing and recording and stuff, and then about 20 to 30 minutes of uploading, waiting for it to upload, and doing thumbnails and tagging and stuff for the video that went up this morning. And it's like, all that together, like, that's a long fucking work day, and people tell me that I need to do more editing, and it's like, well, what do you really want from me? Like, how much more do I need to do? Because I'm already kind of doing a lot over here. I don't know. I think the vast majority of people are super understanding and, like, do take this stuff into account. It's just the one person out of like 30 that confuses me, and it kind of leads back to my concern with that paying for support thing. Is like, well, if people are buying a thing thinking it really helps a streamer, it's like, I mean, if it gives them no cut, like Ugh. I mean, if Twitch wanted to like have a thing where, oh, if you cheer bits, maybe take 10% out of the amount that you cheer and put it into a pot that pays for a promotional slot for a streamer. Like, I think like even that could be kind of cool. Like I would be okay with that even. If people wanted to like crowdfund little promotional boosts, like that would be kind of neat. I'd be okay with that. But just straight up paying for promotional slots on the front page is just like, Bruh, don't even get me started on accounting, on accounting stuff for streams, man. I mean, I felt so bad because like I got an email from somebody the other day, asking if I needed an editor. I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't afford to pay you. It's like I'm not really looking for volunteers because I would feel terrible having a volunteer editor, and I can't really afford to pay an editor. I wish I could. Good Lord, if I could, that would be wonderful, but. I'm going to remove this one because that's just all of the blocks, and I'm going to make this orthoclase. We're going to jump down to these, and then I'm going to unsuspend all of these jobs. My mayor would like 2 helms. Copper helm. Whoop. I think it's at 2. Yep. Or getting to and from the area that pays the money. Like, I know somebody who was driving for Uber as well as streaming part-time for a while before he, like, when he was between jobs. And, like, he did okay on his stream. Like, he had, like, 20, 30 people watching, and he did okay Uber driving from what I could tell. But he spent almost as much time driving into the city to drive for Uber or to drive for Uber and Lyft than he did, because like he lived outside of a major city. I'm not gonna out what city he lived in, but it was a major metropolitan area in the U.S. But he lived like an hour-ish drive outside of like where people would pick up Uber drivers, or asked to get picked up by an Uber driver. So he was like in a really bad spot. So he would spend like a day basically like driving out to where he was going to then drive for the whole day. Also, another thing that we can do, now that I'm thinking about it, is I need to make more bedrooms anyways. So I'm going to go out to here. But I don't know. I'm just, back in 2019 when my ex moved out, I expected to have to quit being a full-time streamer within 6 months. So I'm just kind of along for the ride, I guess, because I'm immensely flattered and thankful that people still support this channel and let me do this full-time, because I was quite literally expecting to not be streaming full-time within 6 months. So the fact that I'm still here, I survived the pandemic, I don't know, it gives me some confidence that we'll still be here in a few years, which is cool. Also, Zycron, thank you very much for the second notification of money of the day. Cheers. It's been kind of quiet today. And for gifting a sub to Disperse. Disperse hangs out quite a bit. Cheers. Hope you've been well, Zycron. I don't know why, but just gifting out a random sub pops 2 notifications, and I cannot figure out why. Hope you've been well. Only 2 off from gifting 50. That's a new badge, I think. What was I working on? The first thing you want to say about you finally need to bite the bullet and start using my tile set. You were using the default tile set this week, and it's really starting to notice the differences. What, like the actual visual clarity of this tile set versus curses? I mean, it's not really my tile set. It's a customized version of Krug's. Credit where credit's due. I'm glad to hear, Zychron. Hope you've been well. Hope you've been getting some sleep. I'll also just do a generic 500 and Cinnabar if I have it. I don't have much Cinnabar right now. I need to make more Cinnabar. Or I need to mine more. But there's more up here, so we can keep mining more. Jack, can I get a couple beers? I know that we're in Sleepy Sunday mode, but can I get a couple beers for Zychron gifting that subscription? I hope that you've been well. Or wine. Or rocks. Oh yeah, beefcake. Since you haven't been here in a bit. I don't know if you've seen these, but check this shit out. And thanks everybody for the lurks. Also, I don't get to watch his streams very often, Vin, because it's at a bad time slot for me, but shoutouts to Hazazad. Dude's doing very well. I'm watching his little stream grow. I see him live usually when I'm about to pass the fuck out, so that's when I notice that his stream's up. I'm like, I need to go to sleep. Yeah, we got a bunch of new emotes. You should take a peek at them because they're pretty good. I could, but I'm not sure if I want to start doing that for a second type or a second thing because that sets a precedent. I mean, we've also had wine the whole time, and theoretically, I should start making like wine emotes work. I don't know if I necessarily want to do that for more than just beer. Beer's already kind of an undertaking. Like, for a little bit there, I thought about making cheese emotes work with wine, but like, I don't know. Like, it's already a little silly. I mean, maybe I'll get a spat of inspiration one day and just do it, but for now, like, we'll stick with what we got, I think. Yeah, you gotta, how hard do I want to commit to the bit, I guess. Cooler is what's up. Literally mining out materials because they look pretty. That's where we're at. All right, let's jump back down to here and get this area being smoothed. So that's going to end up being more bedrooms. This is like the happiest I've been with a set of bedrooms, I think. Maybe ever. Fuck, I got a lot of microclimate. Holy shit. I mean, I get way too many random art pieces I didn't ask for, because then I always feel that I need to pay you for them. Like, for those of you who don't know, the sub notification I've had for like the last, I don't know, 4 years now? 3 years now? Cooler just made on a whim, didn't tell me he was making it, and just kind of made it one day and just gave it to me. That's how you, like, basically apply for an ongoing job. Or, like, occasional commission work, I guess, is more what it is. Because it's just really fun. It's just really funny to me. Alright, we're up to over 1,000 things. Cool. Let's fly back up to the surface. We haven't been invaded yet today, which is good. It's nice. There's a fruit fly buzzing around my face. Fuck off. Okay. This is like the worst time of year for fruit flies, and it sucks. They'll all be gone in a couple weeks, though. Just want them all to die. That's all I'm waiting for. But I do thank you for your commitment, Cooler. My stream looks a lot better because of it.
I am the garbage man! Oh, yeah!
What is up, Ghost? It's good to see you. Hope things are well. That is indeed a thing. What's Ghost's sound? But how's your evening going, cutest? Oh. A ghost has risen and is haunting the fortress. I was going to make this layer into a graveyard because I think it's fitting. Because deadlines are coming up? All right, well, enjoy your lurks. It's all good. Have a good Sunday. Thanks for popping up at the very least briefly. Gotta trade with these dwarves up here because I've been too busy doing other things. Far too busy doing other things. Just popping into channel to visit. You know, I still don't understand the context of that one, Aqua. It's been explained to me, but I definitely have not seen the context for it in the past, so it's kind of fun, like, just not knowing the context of the sound commands, though, and then like running into the context in the wild and being like, oh, I'm an idiot. Which has definitely happened a couple of times now. I've definitely like randomly run into the context for some of these and just been like, man, I understand now. This all makes so much sense. Llama boar. We'll take the llama and the boar. Don't really want any of the other things. And a bunch of shield and some boots and armor and stuff. There we go. We'll do that. So my military can all go pick up equipment. Sweet. The ghost has been laid to rest. Did I put floor there? I absolutely did. I was trying to put walls there, and I just put floor down. All right, we'll do that. And put you down here. Yeah, I'm just, like I said, I'm just in ramble mode because it's chill Sunday. If there's anything specific people would like to talk about, feel free to bring up topics. But I'm just in ramble mode today. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm kind of with you there. I also don't know the context for chicken attack, and, you know, I kind of want to keep it that way. Hobo had a sound command for a bit that was a song, and I randomly heard the song in a YouTube recommendation, and it blew my mind. I was like, "Oh, this all makes so much sense." Or like, someone in this channel's sound command is an anime intro, and I randomly stumbled upon an AMV for that anime once, which was really weird because it started off with that intro, and it also blew my mind. I was like, "Oh, that's what that's from." Shit. It's kind of funny. Imposed a ban on exports. What exports? Earrings. Noted. Toy axe. Toy. Rock. 20. Please make an axe in there somewhere. Put granite there, there. Any new albums? I've been listening to a lot of Wolf Hex. If you're into kind of thrashy black metal. That new Ginger album is very, very, very good. The past day and a half, I've been listening to way too much Ultra Pop by The Armed. Only just discovered The Armed, which I think is interesting because The Armed is the closest I've ever seen to a vocalist passing out from screaming so much. Like I've seen a lot of like really heavy bands that like use a lot of very guttural vocals and a lot of screaming, but this band just has two backup vocalists that literally their whole job is to just like wail. And it's just there is large portions of their song where it's just like, is she okay? is she like about to pass out? So I find them kind of fascinating. But yeah, I've been listening to Ultra Pop by The Armed a whole bunch. That's a really fucking good album. I've been listening to. Is there anything else like new I've been listening to? I don't know. I've been listening to comfort music, so I've been listening to like Static X and Dope recently, and like I got a CD player the other day, so I've been listening to old CDs that I still own from like when I was in high school. So I'm listening to my old Disturbed CDs. Like I was blasting Down with the Sickness last night. Like that's where I'm at. So I don't know about new stuff per se. I was listening to Droids Attack. That's a really good like some. I think they're from Perth, Australian stoner stuff. A lot of real good music out of Australia. That new King Gizzard album is looking pretty good. I don't know. I'm trying to think other new things. I think probably The Armed Ultra Pop is the thing that I've been listening to the most recently. And a child withdraws from society. So we have a Fey mood for a child. There's a new Holy Fuck song, and it's really good, actually. They asked what they're singing about. It's a good question. you know it's there's a bunch of tracks on like most of the time I'm convinced it's just gibberish, like they're just making mouth sounds. But there's a few tracks on Deleter where I am genuinely convinced there are lyrics like some pretty dark lyrics in those songs. Like when I sit down and listen way too closely to what they're talking about, it starts to sound like they're actually saying things, which is weird. Bark, 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 bark. Yes, this is accurate. Bark, 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 bark. Trying to think, what else? What have I posted in music recently? Oh, I've been listening to Spirit Box. That's something that's new for me. Been listening to a whole bunch of Spirit Box. Also, this was the thing that I stumbled on for the Armed that made me immediately go, okay, I really like this band. That thing that I just put in chat. Also a great track title, too. Where Man Knows Want. Where Man Knows Want. Has always been interesting to you. You love when people asked if Radiohead why the raindrops, and they said many times that the track and what it means, and the band is just like, it doesn't mean anything. It just sounded. Yeah, no, that's funny. It's like when people ask Herman Lee why Dragon Force is like, if Dragon Force is a satanic band, he's like, I don't know. We just sing about fantasy shit that sounds cool. It's like I remember hearing like around the time they were in like Guitar Hero, a bunch of soccer moms got concerned about that. It's like, come on, it's fucking Dragon Force. They're just a silly band. They're not taking anything seriously. They're just goofing off. They just really like fantasy. I mean, I guess I'm really used to use bands that use words as instruments. Because that's basically what a lot of death metal is, Aqua. A lot of the really deep screaming and stuff. Like, a lot of that stuff is just, it's like using the vocals as a rhythm instrument. Which is actually how I finally explained metal to my dad in a way that he understood. I was like, they use vocals as a rhythm instrument. Okay, what do you need? Query rough gems. Skeletons. That's it. Speaking of, no, not a meeting area. Pen pasture. Llama, boar, and turkey. Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, I mean, it depends on the vocalist. I mean, if you're thinking about like a Cannibal Corpse, yeah, they kind of have a specific sound, but or like Walking Cadaver or something. Or a band like Parkway Drive or Whitechapel, it's like the vocal is more of a rhythm instrument than what most people would, I guess, traditionally think of as vocals. But I don't know. I just like metal. Metal is fun. Very serious genre. Takes itself very seriously. Kind of making like a color vortex here. Hopefully it'll end up looking cool. That's the actual hope, is that it'll end up looking cool. As long as it ends up looking cool, I'm good. Chad, is this fortress gaudy enough yet? I mean, we have this entrance. And now I'm making this, which is going to kind of flex out into a circle. And then I'm going to cave down around the edges and make it kind of like a bridged platform, similar to the way the upper one up here is turning into, where it's kind of like a platform that goes all the way around. That's the plan anyway. one of my real, maybe not first forays, but one of my major first forays into color coordination in DF. Which is something that, like, I'm pretty good at the weird shapes. I'm not very good at the color coordinating. Also, we haven't been invaded yet today. I'm concerned by that. Plenty of booze, plenty of grass. Literally everybody is coming to do this. Let's see if that Olm is what you need. So your name is Annie Weird Shapes Mal 104? Or is it Animal Weird Shapes 104? Or is it Animal 104 Weird Shapes Redacted? I like the last one, personally. The second one? Gotcha. Also, speaking of the latter, how are you doing, Animal? How's your day been? Ah, come on. Giant Olm, no worky? Boo. All right, llama it is. Slaughter the llama. Oh, never mind. You've already got peacock mangled bone. Don't slaughter the alpaca. All right, so what do you need? Actually, you know what? Let's slaughter the alpaca anyway. Is it your birthday or is it somebody else's birthday? Shining bars of metal, cut gems. Hope I didn't cut all of the gems. It's possible that I did, though. Or sell all of the cut gems. Someone else's? Gotcha. Well, I hope that it was a fun birthday presentation session thing. I don't know what I'm saying. I hope it was a fun birthday. I hope everything went well. Family birthday events are always fun because it's just an excuse to eat food and pretend that you care about somebody. But if you actually care, then it's lovely. Right. Lovely. They had a keynote presentation? Well, I hope they also had a key lime pie. How's the terror been? Actually, it's been pretty calm. That weird, splotty, forgotten beast from yesterday just kind of floated off the map and I never came back. So that's cool. I'm just kind of chilling and hoping that a siege shows up soon. The humans showed up to trade and then immediately left. We have our upper thing up here. The dwarves are offering us to become official land of the realm, which I think is flattering. Looking forward to hearing more from them in the future. But yeah, I mean, it's been good so far. It's been good. Stream itself's been a little quiet, but it's lazy Sunday, so. Is it raining zombie heads yet? I haven't gone after a tower, and honestly, this is probably the mildest haunted biome I've ever seen. Everything's just kind of dead. It's one of those boring haunted biomes, unfortunately. Unfortunately, not many curses on the land, it seems. But, you know. I'm making a lookout tower for this guinea cock. Got a child who wants to make a... Oh, Vakar's giving birth to a boy. That's why the camera jumped. I've got a child that wants to make a artifact, and they clearly don't have everything that they need. So I'm seeing if a slaughtered llama will help. And now I'm going to go with the answer of no. Okay, what else do you need? Pictures of cut gems. Is anybody cutting gems? Yep, you are. Quarry, rough gems. We got lots of rough gems. Skeletons, yep. I literally have all of the things that this child wants, so I'm not sure. Yeah, but sometimes it's like kind of dead, also it's raining piss. Sometimes it's kind of dead, but oh, there's vomit falling from the sky. Sometimes it's kind of dead, but oh, also there's zombies walking onto the map, and we kind of didn't get any of the really exciting ones. We just got the kind of dead. So yeah, I mean, the kind of dead was to be expected, but I'm just kind of sad that it's just dead, you know? Also, I'm just realizing that I screwed up. I mean, no complaints. I've just been kind of rambling about Twitch things and various other things because chat hasn't told me to shut up yet. Put a video up this morning, which is doing well, which is good. So that's been fun. Outside of that, just kind of hanging out. Just kind of hanging out, doing my thing, you know. I slept through a meeting this morning, with permission, admittedly. It's been a weird 72 hours in my city. Every time I look at the news or look up, there's another notification of fake bomb threats. There's been like 5 in the past 2 days, which is weird. It's like someone is just trying to cause chaos in Vancouver, which is annoying because there's also like a lot of legit things. Like a whole mall got shut down the other day. Metrotown Mall, which is like the biggest mall in the area, due to fake reports of gunshots and bomb threats. But it was like to the point where someone ran through the mall screaming, "Someone's shooting!" Like, there were like, it wasn't just like a fake call. It was a fake call plus people shouting. So there was some sort of planned, orchestrated bullshit going on. Plus there was multiple fake bomb threats downtown where things were called in that weren't actually happening. So that's been, you know, fun to pay attention to and see happen on repeat. Also, I see another spot where I screwed up. So yeah, that's kind of been the last few days. So it's been, I don't want to say stressful because it's not particular. It's more just sad. It's more just sad than anything. So yeah. I mean, that calling out a fake bomb threat is more than some days in jail. Calling out a fake bomb threat is like years in jail. So like that's not something to be fucked around with. That's like serious crime territory. So, I mean, yeah, I agree that that's the way it should be, but doesn't stop anybody. Have a good Monhun sesh, pilot. We'll see you when we see you. Just remember, are you the monster? That's how I feel whenever I look at Monster Hunter related things. It's like, who's the real monster here? I don't think it's the monsters. I think it's the player. I think the player's the bad guy. That's very much how I feel about Monster Hunter. It's like, who's the bad guys here, actually? We're the more efficient monster. We're the... Yeah, you're right. We are indeed the better monster. I mean, it's just it's funny that it's a game called Monster Hunter, and you're going out into the forest and just like murdering like countless amounts of like natural wildlife. And then cutting them apart and making them into a satchel. Like it's literally that the video game. It's like, wait, who's the monster here, really? I don't know. I like Monster Hunter. It's a neat franchise. It's fun. Human Monster Bully, the video game. Yeah, there you go. Go bully a Rathlos or whatever. I pretend that I know things about Monster Hunter. I really don't. No, totally. I mean, at the very least, like, they're making use of every piece of the animal. Like, they're very much efficient hunters, but it's still, like, you know, The same for hunting a deer, you know? And a deer is certainly not a threat to your person, really. Like, deer's just gonna fucking run away. It's like, is Rathalos really a threat? I don't know. That's just like local wildlife to me. But Human Monster Bully featuring cats. Sounds like a great franchise to me. I don't know what could possibly be wrong with this. Except for, like, Capcom's ability to make an online system that works like a normal video game. I mean, the deer will just do deer stuck in headlights mode and then stare at you with a perplexed look on its face. That's probably all the deer would do. To be totally clear, I have nothing against the Monster Hunter franchise, in case somebody's remotely worried. I just think it's a fun franchise to poke fun at more than anything. Oh, that's a problem. I don't know what a geese lease means. Yay, the child actually got what they needed. What did you end up needing? I'm actually not sure what you needed. Yeah, it looks just like cut gems. We just didn't have enough cut gems. Well, we're cutting gems now, so that's good. The child is making an artifact. I mean, I guess maybe you need a lease to work with geese. Is that what you're suggesting? I don't remember what this lever was for. Oh, right, yeah, for the giant that I released. I think it was a giant. I mean, if you fill out the paperwork incorrectly, it'll give you some goosebumps. But assuming, like, you know, you do a good job filling out your paperwork, you shouldn't have a problem. You just duck and cover. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think so. I mean, I'm kind of in a mood for like actual conversations instead of just puns on rapid fire. Puns on rapid fire are great when chat's super active and there's lots of people talking. But like right now it's just, yeah, I get it. You know? This is all flying over your head. You mean flapping over your head in formation? I don't even know where I'm going with that. The Dwarven Child has created Desramentost, a blue peafowl bone figurine of Illness Bearded, and she claims it as an heirloom in the name of the Hamley ancestor, Ral Pleathandle. It's worth 46,800. It's a blue peafowl bone figurine of Illness Bearded. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The item is a masterfully designed image of Illness Bearded, the Cougar Woman, and Autumn Dordon, the dwarf in peafowl bone, by Is Asensouls. Autumn is striking down Illness Bearded. The artwork relates to the killing of the cougar woman Illness Bearded by the dwarf Autumn in the North Jungle in 240. It is encrusted with round cinnabar cabochons and point-cut real lights. This object is adorned with hanging rings of lead, morion, and menaces with spikes of cinnabar. On the item is an image of a finger lime tree in peafowl bone. On the item is an image of Irel Sackhowls, the dwarf, and dwarves in cinnabar. Irel Sackhowls is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Irel Sackhowls to the position of Baroness of the Rag of Suns in 119. On the item is an image of Locum Whirl Painted, the dwarf and dwarves in bone opal. Locum Whirl Painted is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Locum Whirl Painted to the position of Queen of the Rag of Suns in the year 102. That's a detailed little figurine you got there, child. Let's call you Legends. Because you know way too much about history for a 6-year-old. Hello, Oblivion. For a second there, I thought your name was actually Oblivion, and I was about to be really impressed that you actually had that username. I'll give you $15 for it. My name is Rick Harrison. Welcome to my pawn shop. Let's... Oh, no melt designated item. Yeah, because I literally can't type it in. Otherwise, I'd let them keep it, but unfortunately, I literally can't type it in, so. I mean, actually, what I could do... Whoopsies. Just so that we remember. Something has collapsed on the surf. Oh shit, was that not connected? Whoops. Just, you know, like back to back to back to back construction errors. It's fine. Get out of here, dwarf. You'll be okay. Yeah, see, just walk it off. Good enough. I mean, it's the best we can do, right? About a massive data leak? On what site? Or just in general? What services? TLDR? Oh, financial stuff. Cool. I think Discord might pick it up if you remove the ref link at the end. Discord doesn't, like, preview links. There's a ref link there. I mean, I don't know. I'm not anywhere near... I don't know if it's just, like, the standard, like, financial documents of wealthy people, but, like, I don't care if that information's out there. Like, I don't know. I think that we need to get past the prudishness of not telling people how much we make. It's such a Western problem. There's so many countries that are so much better off for just simply being, like... open about how much people make. It's amazing how quickly the wage gap vanishes when it's public knowledge how much people make. So, but I don't know what it is. How much do I make? Me? Before or after taxes? Before taxes, about 32,000 Canadian a year. That's including Twitch and my secondary job, which I do very part-time for my parents. After taxes, closer to 28,000. Which is about $10,000 a year below the poverty line. But it's okay. I don't own a car and I can't drive. So. Cyclone? Absolutely. How much do you make? Oblivion. since we're doing show and tell. I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's an amount of money that I can live off of, and because I live in Canada, I don't need to worry about having health insurance because, well, we live in a good socialist environment. Fucking good for you. Go make that dough. But because I have that advantage, I can do this full time. Sounds like my first summer job. Zane. 25K US. It's actually pretty close to what I make once you like factor in. I think it's like 26,000 US I made last year. I actually don't. I didn't do the transfers when I was done doing taxes last year, because it all turns into Canadian money, and then I lose the transfer rates in my brain. What was I doing? Cinnabar. That's what I was putting here. But you know, I live alone, and I'm able to do this full time, which is more than miraculous as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, fair enough. Doc. Fair enough. But I also get a lot of tax breaks because I am disabled. How is the housing market in Canada? Depends on what part of Canada you're in. Highly depends on what part of Canada you're in. Highly. There are places where you could buy a house for $20,000 on 70 acres of land, and then there are places where an apartment the size of a shoebox costs $500,000. My part? Well, I live in the greater Vancouver area of British Columbia, Canada, so depending on which portion of that area you live in, the housing market is either worse than San Francisco or fine? Question mark? And I live in an area where it's fine? So, but that's something that I don't want to get in too detailed, because if I start talking about housing market and housing prices and how much I pay for rent, which is $900 a month, but if I go too deep into that, people can figure out what part of town I'm in, so I don't really want to do that. But TLDR, I don't live in downtown where rent is like fucking $3,000 a month for a studio. That's actually a bit of an exaggeration. You can get a nice apartment for $3,000 a month. It's like $1,400 a month for a studio apartment in downtown. But I don't need to live downtown. Fuck living downtown. Absolutely fuck that. Fuck that shit. You're gonna surprise me with awesome stuff you got. Well, congratulations. I'm no longer surprised. Yeah, Monka is indeed banned. We don't like Pepes here. Use things that push intelligent conversation. Don't speak in memes. Well, I mean, it depends on the year. Sometimes San Francisco's worse. Like, it fluctuates. Vancouver's got a lot in common with San Francisco and Seattle, too. Like, Seattle, San Francisco, and Vancouver all have a lot in common because Vancouver is basically Western Canada's Silicon Valley. Like, we also have, like, Montreal, which is kind of similar, and Toronto, to a degree, is also similar. Like, this is where all the big tech is, which actually makes it a really good spot to be. But it's where my family is, and it's where I grew up, and I love this area, so. I can't double view, but it's not what you expect. Yeah, no, I do a lot of things to kind of, I've been on Twitch for a very long time. I've been streaming since 2013, and there's a lot of things that are popular on Twitch that I, for lack of a better term, do not like about modern Twitch culture. Okay, you're fine. It's just a small cave-in. So, I try and avoid a lot of the popular FFZ emotes and such, because they don't really have the types of chat culture that I appreciate and enjoy. Which, you know, is a little off for some people, but is what it is. For whatever it's worth, Feels Good Man and Feels Bad Man are available, but the other monk emotes, nah. I have a certain level of tolerance for Pepe's, and I'm not one of those people who believes that Pepe should be reclaimed. Pepe's dead, let him fucking die. Keep that shit out of my chat. We try, Zane. It works sometimes. Look at all these people with all their money. Cooler, I paid you quite well for that last art dump, and you asked me why I gave you so much money. I'm like, that's a fair price for what you gave me. You're like, why are you giving me money? I'm like, ah! Branding. God. It's a tax deduction. Take it. I mean, something that I would love to do if I made more money every month is I would pay Cooler to do a piece of artwork every month and put it on merch and then give it to the patrons. But it's not something I could really afford, unfortunately. We kind of did that for a bit with the Today in DF videos, but those are a thing of the past for now, at the very least. All right, let's do that. Did I build you out of the right material? Yes, I did. Oh, that's also really good to hear. Missed. Sorry, I'm just kind of scrolling back up through chat for the stuff that I missed. Because I was rambling about Monka. But yeah, I don't know. Money's a weird thing. Because the need for money is almost directly linked to what your expenses are. The more expenses you have, the more money you need, and often having more money equals more expenses. It's very rare that people remove expenses. So once you have a certain level of expenses, people expect to live off of X amount of dollars. And as somebody who's gone from having a lot of disposable income to having no disposable income to being homeless, back to having some disposable income, back to having an okay amount of disposable income, back to having no disposable income, I've kind of like developed a level of living requirements that's probably by a lot of people's standards, obnoxiously frugal, but it allows me to have the coolest fucking job in the world, so I ain't gonna do anything any differently. Working 3 jobs to being homeless and working 1 job while going through a minor lawsuit with all of your stuff in a storage container, back to working 3 jobs with an apartment again. Is that why the lights are off? The lights are off because bright lights are hard on my eyes. And actually, it's quite light, well lit in here. There's a sliding glass door just over there. It's more of an optical illusion because this is sound foam behind me. It's actually not that dark in here. It's quite well lit, believe it or not. This is a sound foam behind me, and it the camera it picks it up as nothing. If I actually turn the light on in here, it'll be much more obvious. But I like my void. It's cozy. We gotta mine that out. So we're hidden. Also, my definition of disposable income might not equal your definition of disposable income. My definition of disposable income is working a slightly above minimum wage job and a part-time job at minimum wage, and another part-time job slightly above minimum wage, and then part-time job plus streaming plus other job down to just streaming where I had no disposable income. And then now I'm doing all right again, and I can buy records and CDs and tapes, which makes me happy. And occasionally a 4-pack of good quality beer. What else do you really need in life? Like, really? And I live in a country where the government basically gives me a retirement fund for being disabled, so gotta love rolling that fun dice. Also, I love HDTV. Your username is kind of outdated because at what point does it become you love it like 4K TV or 8K TV? I'm just thinking about like how are you going to future-proof a name like that? Once you're in the void, you'll never leave. I mean, not quite. I like the aesthetic of the dark room. But yeah, I got my first apartment within like 3 months of living in there. A portion of my ceiling caved in to the point where I could actually see sky. So I moved out like, immediately. And my girlfriend at the time went and crashed with her parents, and her parents were pseudo-psychotic, so they wouldn't let me stay with them. So I spent most of that time couch surfing. a bit hipster after long enough. I mean, are HD TVs like hipster at this point, or because like when I think about like people who like as somebody who likes old media, because you know I have 3 tape decks, 2 record players, 2 quartz radios, and a CD player now, which is my like modern edition CD player from the 90s. Like wouldn't the more hipstery thing be like tube TVs? Not really HD. I actually got rid of my TV recently. Which, like, every time I say that, people, like, give me a surprise Pikachu face. Because it's like, I like, willingly got rid of my TV. I still watch Netflix and stuff. I just watch it on my phone. Because my phone, like, because I had this TV that I bought in, like, 2011-ish. And it was fine, but it was kind of heavy. It was kind of like thick and not in a good way. And just like, it's just heavy and bulky and annoying. And I didn't like it. It kind of had enough quirks that it was annoying to use. But I just kind of got rid of it. And like, I watch all the stuff I watch, I just watch on my phone, on my sofa. It's like, I live in like a 425 square foot, like, bachelor pad, so like I don't really have enough space for a TV, and frankly, like what's better, having a TV or a nice setup or enough space to be able to fit hold on, I'm looking for this photo in case nobody's seen it, and enough space to fit my audio setup. So I could either have that or I could have a TV. I choose to have that. Like, if I'm watching movies with other people online, I use my computer. And if I'm watching movies or Netflix by myself, I'm watching on my phone in bed. So I don't know. It's like, why own a TV? Let's mine out the inside of this. There we go. The fortress grows. You would have only used it to watch Disney Plus anyhow. Yeah, I mean, like, I like watching TV on a bigger screen. Like, it's nice and all, but it's one of those things that's just slowly starting to feel redundant. Like a waste of space. Especially, like, when I have to, like, really think about what goes where in my apartment. You know, let's just bring a bunch of wood into here. A lot of dwarves are about to get very busy. Could also farm animals down here. Although I think this one I'm just going to fill up with stuff first. TV license? You mean to like watch cable? I actually do not know because I've never had cable. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like I could easily use, like if I ever get a new monitor, I might take this one and mount it to the wall over by my bed and use it as a TV. Because this is like what, a 21-inch monitor, I think? It's an older one. It's for the BBC. Huh. Also, like, they still support black and white TV sets? That's kind of crazy. The more you know, I guess. I had no idea. How are we doing on cloth? Actually, let's just pile down here. Yeah, I thought that they were funded by taxes too, but like the CBC, which is why the CBC is one of the best radio stations to listen to around here because there's no ads. It's wonderful. You can just put on the CBC and just listen for hours and there's no ads. It's great. Love that shit. Let's keep moving up. Phthalate blocks. Where's phthalate? When you work delivery for the bakery? Yeah, no, it's a good set of stations. Although you'd actually be really proud of me for this one, Aqua. One of the things that I did. Oh, one of the things that I did on my day off over the weekend was I rewired my audio setup, and I installed a much bigger antenna. So I now have an antenna that goes all the way up the side of the wall, all the way along the top of the roof, all the way along the top of my ceiling, and then around my door, and then back around my apartment. And I now have a big enough antenna that I can get KEXP. Clear. So I can listen to KEXP Seattle from fucking Vancouver, Canada in a tiny-ass apartment. Which I am way too proud of. My landlord's gonna come in for their next, like, inspection in, like, a year and just be like, what the fuck? You have a good night, Animal. Cheers. FM stations have serious reach, but you need serious antenna to actually get them. You know? The funny thing is, though, like, the actual, like, optimal way probably to listen to KEXP would just be to buy a tablet, plug that into my audio setup, and then just connect to their online radio, but of antenna links. I kept on adding more until it stopped getting clearer. Doc, you have a safe trip, and yeah, just be safe. Hopefully everything turns out well. I mean, naturally. I mean, for me, it's more of a hobby. Like, the act of, like, setting up the antenna and all that shit is, like, part of the fun for me, so I don't know. It's like, on one hand, yes, it's impractical and stupid by modern technology standards. On the other hand, I really don't care. It's just like, is it stupid? Should I be doing this? No. Am I going to keep doing it? Yeah. Windslayer, thanks for the raid. I hope that your stream was good. Antenna physics are super interesting. You're going to, I mean, like it's radio is interesting in general because it's like my little AM antenna is about this big, picks up all of the local AM stations, no problem. FM, I needed to put up this giant fucking cable around the ceiling of my apartment, and now everything's super clear. But until I did that, it's like you couldn't hear shit. Did I put down one cobaltite? I think I did. Yeah, I absolutely did. How you been, Winslow? What were you playing today? What were you checking out? I always just assume it's Planetfall, but our Forgotten Beast came back. Our Forgotten Beast came back. Our poisonous blob, composed of stuff. A huge blob composed of grime and filth. It has 2 narrow tails and a bloated body. Beware its poisonous gas. It's been sitting at the other end of the caverns for a while. It seems to just be kind of hanging out right there. So hopefully I can get the military over here. Hopefully it doesn't go anywhere and we can go stab her. Here they come. Kill it with swords. Is it literally somewhere we can't get to? Holy shit, I think it's blocked. That is funny. Please tell me it's an unreachable location. It's an unreachable location for an invalid target. That is amazing. Okay, I can make it a reachable location. I don't know how it ended up there, but oh, I see. I have these doors forbidden. Maybe that's why it's an unreachable location. Yeah, looks like it was. Because the door was locked. All right, so Slappy, my dwarf, is running in first. And the thing is dead. It's pretty quick. Slappy, another kill for you. Didn't feel anything while in conflict. Didn't feel anything after seeing the Forgotten Beast. Necessity lies submerged to die. But wonder after communing with their god. Yeah, there you go. You've killed goblins. Now you've killed a Forgotten Beast. Now my question is, does the gas affect you? Just going back to combat training, are you? Huh. That's a lot of that's quite a lot of money. Or it sounds like a lot of money. Casually consumes poisonous gas? I mean, did he actually get covered in it? Did Slappy get covered in it? No, not really. He literally just like ran up and stabbed it, from what I can tell. Maybe he did consume poisonous gases, but it's kind of hard to it's hard to say. I'll put it that way. I'm just gonna get rid of all this wood because I want to actually see what I'm working on here. Yeah, that's a lot. That's quite the fine. Like, I'm not knocking that. That is quite the fine. Also, don't panic about the werepanda. It is in a controlled environment. It is safe. I swear. I mean, I genuinely don't think that TV has been worth it for a very long time. But then again, I've never in my entire life lived in a house that has had access to cable television. Except for like houses that I've stayed at temporarily. So I don't really see the value in it. Not to say that like cable TV's bad or anything. I don't particularly think it is. It's just I don't see any value in it personally for myself. So what I think I'm going to do not microcline, I need cobaltite. 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 Question is, where is the cobaltite? I thought that I had a bunch. There they are. Yeah, I'll do this after. Let's just wait for these to get hauled out first. Other content you consume behind your TV. I mean, I have a solution to that problem, Dominic. Don't have friends. And then you won't ever have friends over, and then you won't need to pay for any form of TV or have a TV. That's my solution. I mean, like, legit, the only person I've hung out with in the last 2 months is my dad. He came over and we listened to a bunch of music. That's quite literally it. We just, like, listened to some of his old classical records that he has, I guess, permanently lent to me. I don't really want to say that they're mine, but that, like, he bought in the 70s and his mom bought in the 60s. My grandma. So, you know, just a galaxy brain solution to the having friends over to listen to music problem. It's just don't have friends. Problem solved. Oh, true, yeah. I guess if you're primarily playing games on a console, then yeah, you do need a TV. See, like I own a Wii, and I also own a Super Nintendo, but they're more just like artifacts of my family now than things that I actually use. Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel like if I were to get a console, I'd just put it on my desk. Like, it would, if I were to get like a PlayStation or something, it would just go behind my monitor. No, I'm not saying you can't have friends. I'm just simply saying it is more optimal for life to not have friends. It's also probably cheaper. I don't know, have friends. Friends are good for you. Socialize, don't be like me. That's not true. I do have friends. I'm literally going to fucking Victoria next week with a friend. All right. My little spiral pattern can continue. 2002 was the last time you watched a TV program? Holy shit, really? What was it? Was it that bad? Back when I used to work night shift, though, I did watch an upsettingly large amount of Pawn Stars. When I worked the night shift, just because it was always on and it would always be on all of the TVs, and so I'm pretty sure I've seen like all of the first like 9 or something seasons of Pawn Stars, because it got to the point where I was starting to see episodes again. I was like, oh no, I've seen this one before. Oh no, I've seen all of Pawn Stars. Did I cut down the world? Not all of it. Just this upper plateau. I mean, there's no elves within, like, spit and distance of this fort, so it doesn't matter. I needed space to construct, because I'm going to pave this all, so. Get up here, dwarfs. Also, hey, Darren. Hope you're doing well. Turned on the TV for background playing, playing on the PC, looked at the reality TV shit, got annoyed by it, and then never turned on your TV again. Huh. Interesting. You know, honestly, like, when it comes to TV, though, I do genuinely enjoy movies. Like, I like having a Netflix subscription. I like watching certain types of movies, and I get very excited about especially documentaries. I'm a big fan of like Werner Herzog films and like any David Attenborough stuff, or I'm a big fan of like educational film and that sort of stuff. I really enjoy that sort of thing. So like, I don't know. I'm not a total cretin when it comes to television, but that like cable TV especially is not something I think I will ever see the point in. Really. This thing is looking kind of cool, actually. I wasn't sure how well this pattern would turn out, but this is looking all right. I could rock this. Only one Cinnabar block left. Actually, what if I did it this way? Let's just see what that looks like. So you were doing a deep clean of his room? Did you find any terrible secrets? The cable TV model is death, and consumers pay for the content that was paid with 6-minute ad breaks every 30 minutes or so. I mean, it's, you know, honestly, it's funny that you say ad breaks, Dominic, because I've had some friends of mine tell me that I should watch IndyCar because I really like F1. I probably would like IndyCar, but I watched about 15 seconds of an IndyCar broadcast and turned it off because of the amount of advertising. Like, it's actually, like, upsetting the amount of ads on that shit. Same reason I have trouble with a lot of sports. Nope. Aw, that's no fun. Not that you need to tell me anyway. Is it difficult letting a kid move out? Or is it like, thank Christ, less noise? Oh, that sucks. You could walk faster than that, Orange. Where are you headed, if I can ask? I'm assuming you're driving. Orange, when are you gonna take a load up to British Columbia so that we can hang out? You stop now? Okay, that's fine. I mean, I wouldn't judge you if you were twitching and driving. Just please don't hype too much. I don't mind ads if it's a reasonable number of ads. Like I like, people complain about ads on Twitch, but like, as annoying as the ads on Twitch are, at the very least it's like it plays an ad and then it's done, right? And then if you're subscribed, you don't ever see ads. So it's like, I don't know. I don't mind ads as long as it's a reasonable amount of ads. Like, I'm not bothered by the ads on YouTube, for example. Like, I feel like that's a reasonable amount of ads. Oh, the ads on Twitch VODs are ridiculous. It's insane. An ad every 10 minutes is what? Like, excuse me? You're gonna give me how many ads? That shit's bonkers. I hate that. Which is why I try and get my VODs out on YouTube. Because YouTube's easy to ad block if you have problems with ads, and like I have much more control over it. God, I wish I like, it's funny. There's one way I could disable ads on my VODs, which is just make my VODs sub only, which I really don't want to do. So. Although I don't know what ads you guys see on Twitch, but if I have to ever see another trolley ad, I might like tear my hair out. I don't know what the fuck that candy is, but that ad is distressing. It's like some sort of like sticky candy, sour candy thing, but the ad for it is like Tim Burton as fuck and not fun to watch. Oh, well, that's lovely. Audible ads are fine. Fair enough. There's a child playing out here. Okay, I do have Cobaltite. What's up, Dallin? How's things? Building a tower over here. Slowly. How come I suddenly have access to a shit ton of Cobaltite up here? Don't understand. Where did it all go? Okay, Cobaltite. Where's my Cobaltite blocks? Gotta be flying right past it. Like, we somehow keep losing the Cobaltite. I don't understand. First of spring, so a bunch of people just died of old age, and a lot of people are getting new jobs at the other local fortresses. And one of my livestock was found dead. And it happened. A vile force of darkness is arrived. Well, that's vile and dark. Goblins. All right, so dwarves, get inside, please. It's the werepanda? No, it's definitely not the werepanda. The werepanda's stuck in a wall. So the werepanda's harmless. It's fine. All right, I need to turn off my squads. I need to go down to here. I need to give, well, let's give the dwarves like a minute to all run inside. Everybody get inside. Everybody get inside. Ah! All right, it's fine. Here come the gobos. Yeah, you know. You know what's up. Here come the gobos. But I've got to pull some levers here. So we shall pull some levers, and then once I'm done pulling some levers, then we can actually get the gobos, if you know what I'm saying. So you need to be pulled. You need to be pulled. And then we go down to Electric Avenue, and then we'll take it higher. We're going to go down to here, and we're going to pull this lever. Uh-oh, that's not good. Still should be fine. Hello, woe is me. How are you? Let's see where them goblins are at. Oy vey. Those were... we find out if I actually got my stuff done in time. Okay, you're gonna go pull that lever. And... yeah, okay. So this bridge didn't get done. But we got this one and this one done, so we're fine. I will be back in a second. I need to pee, and then we'll do this fight. Been streaming for almost 4 hours without a break, and I've had 2 cups of coffee. Back in a second. That's good to hear that you've been doing better, I assume. What was me? All right, so they don't really have a way in. Also, it's nice. Thanks for the compliment about the fort visuals. It's actually, I mean, I'm trying. I've kind of like accepted that I'm not gonna be as good or as creative as Cupo is ever, but you know, I can try. I'm doing my best. All right, so these trolls have gotten way ahead of the curve. I think we might need to just go kill these trolls separately before we actually use the drowning thing. Although, actually, what I could do is we could test out the actual cool thing that I've obtained since the last major fight, which is the fire on the dance flow lever. I'll show you what I mean in a second. Let's pull the fire on the dance flow and see if this thing works. So this is a gigantic petrosaur with external ribs. It has large mandibles, and it is ravening. Its clear scales are jagged and set far apart. Beware its fire. So here come those trolls. Let's see if it can shoot them. Is anybody going to get that lever? Anytime this year, Kronk. Pull the lever. Did they... Where you at, Dorse? Is that one like outside of the... My God, I'm good at this video game. All right, now can somebody go pull that lever? Those trolls are getting annoyingly close. I don't know if it'll work, but theoretically we have a flamethrower turret. Okay, lever's been pulled right in time. And it doesn't seem particularly interested in shooting fire at things. All right, well, instead I will simply go park my my dwarves right here. So yes, we have a flamethrower turret, but the flamethrower doesn't seem to be particularly interested in firing flames at things. Also, here come a bunch of trolls. They're just trolls though, so we'll just kill them separately. No, don't you get shot at. Uh-oh. Back up. Back up, dwarves. Let that troll run. I mean, this is my fire turret, right? But he has to actually shoot fire for it to be... Maybe it needs to feel threatened to shoot fire. Anyway, this troll's just like, oh God, and running away, which is kind of amazing. Speaking of oh God and running away, there are some beak dogs coming in that side. Looks like our troll maybe has turned around. Okay, our troll turned around. Maybe I need to make him walk right past our dino. I'm hoping that it'll shoot at something. Yeah, maybe if there's a ranged attacker, maybe it doesn't. Maybe perhaps it doesn't consider them a threat. I'm not sure. Let's send the squads out to remove this. And stab you to death. There we go. All right, so that's the trolls dead. Where's the beak dogs? Also, I hope you've been well, Lara. Also, by the way, was that you on the Patreon? And do you have a preferred username to use if that was indeed you? Because I figured it's you. I don't know a lot of Laura's, but like I sent the person a DM and they never got back to me, so. You have not joined. Okay, then there's another Laura. Which is why I'm asking, is that you? Because I don't know. Because somebody with that name joined my Patreon the other day, and I sent them a DM asking if they have a preferred username to use, and they never responded. So many Lauras, so many... Hey, at least there's not... At least I don't know that many mics. There's actually no mics that I'm aware of on my Patreon, so... So far, so good. All right, here comes another troll. Oh, God. And All right, there. Come on, guys. It's just a fucking troll. All right. Here comes another one. God, I need, like, a troll repellent or something. On the bright side, there's plenty of them back there. All right, well, one more troll needs splattering, and then we are Gucci, from what I can tell. All right. Never mind, there might be one more troll I need to kill. Motherfucker. Although I will say, this slower down edition is certainly helping. I'm very sad that the chaos of I'm very sad that the Forgotten Beast isn't doing more work. I'm hoping that it'll do something once the goblins get there. All right, there you go. Let's see, how are we doing? Game's paused. Oh, actually, there isn't much left in the stairs right now. There's that crowd there. And everything, I think that's basically it. Okay, I think we might actually almost have the whole army in here. I think we might have, I keep saying this, but 2 more trolls to kill. I think it's just 2 more trolls to kill. The Umbrella Academy was the most recent show that I've watched where I just hated every character in it so badly that I just wanted the show to end, and it didn't. I hate every single character in that show, except for the monkey. The monkey's pretty cool. Every other character in that show can just, like, vanish from existence, and I would be a better person. All right, let's kill those 2 trolls, and back up. All right, so now we can just wait for a second, like the dad. I will be completely honest, the dad was... No, the monkey was the only character I didn't hate. Literally, the monkey was the only, like, character in that show that I could tolerate. Every other character in that show can just die in a fire. All right, let's just lock this and lock this. It'll throw those trolls off. They'll have to knock the doors down. There we go. We can now unlock the doors, although they're probably ripping them off the hinges right now. And how did we do? Let's see how much we got inside of here. Yay! Looks like most of them are inside. There's like 1 lost goblin back here. Vile Beetle. No, the problem was I also hated all of the kids. Like, the problem wasn't I hated the dad, who's the character you're supposed to hate. I also hated all of the kids. Like, there isn't a single character in that show that I like watching. All right, let's see if our Forgotten Beast will do Forgotten Beast things. I think the problem is it's a show written for 12-year-old girls, and I'm not a 12-year-old girl. Okay, so a dwarf has claimed a child's workshop. All right, the goblins are just leaving. Oh, shit! We got some fire. Our beastie is shooting. Look at that. Hell yeah. Doing your job. It shot at something. Oh, there goes another one. Look at that. That's what we wanted. Hell yeah. Come on, man. You can do it. Fire again? More? No? Okay. Maybe when Green Boy come around corner? Come on. No. Oh, boom. There you go. Okay, so Forgotten Beast, not a big fan of beak dogs. Likes to turn them into a beak toast. Ooh. Ooh. Look at that. I mean, are you knocking my door off the hinges, you asshole? I mean, obviously this is not like how we're actually gonna kill the enemies down here. Not even close, but like, they have to walk right in front of. So I think what I'm gonna do maybe is I will maybe change like force them to walk across the bridge, basically. Damn, this dude's doing like work. Look at that. Look at him cleaning the mud up too. Nice. I like it. All right. What do you think, chat? Do we let the Forgotten Beast have some fun and shoot some more fireballs, or do we just say fuck it and turn on the Gurgle Meister 9000? He is indeed doing Armok's work, setting the goblins on fire and making them burn. Ladder? Turn on the Gurgle Meister 9000? All right. Let's first close the fire on the dance flow, which is, of course, our Forgotten Beast portal into the great unknown. No, you can't drown the beast. Forgotten Beasts don't need air. And then the big whoosh is a go. Forgotten Beast had its fun, and here it comes. Funk. Excellent. Excellent. Siege? What siege? I don't know what siege you're talking about. You watched a lot of goblins get a shower. This is what you just watched. And now the siege is gone. And it looks like 2 invaders survived and they are outside. Yeah, what you just watched was all of this water get dumped into this because there was water pressure on it. Because I'm building up water pressure on it. So now the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go all the way down to here. And I'm going to pull this lever. And I'm going to go down to here. And I'm going to pull this lever. I'm also going to turn off all of the burrows. All the dwarves are like harvesting plants. Then I'm going to go down to here and I'm going to go to corpses. Set those be dumped. It's almost as if I've played this before. Yeah, it's almost like I've played this a couple times. If you have more than one stack of water in a Z level, so if you have a full Z level and then another Z level above it, and you let the water out on the lower Z level or even further below, the water will build up pressure, and instead of just dribbling out, will go whoosh and flood out instantly, because the game calculates water pressure. So the water is coming out here, but the water is stacked up here and up here. So it's 2 levels up. No, it'll if I were to put another Z level or 2 on top of this, it would become instant. It would be like done. That's not quite instant. That's just pretty high speed flooding. Oh, did I lock that door? Nope. All right. Well, oh, I see. It's just going to take a little while to start them rolling. All right, that's fine. I'm also going to need to pull that switch. Turn the pumps back on. And now that that's done, we can begin the draining. Not the big whoosh. Big whoosh needs to be pulled again, and trap drain needs to be pulled again. Because this is completely full right now, right? So trap drain will fill that up, and then we will begin draining this out. So there goes the drain. Stuff starts flowing down into here. And then once the pumps turn on, we're going to pump the water that's down in here back up and in. I mean, first we need to wait for this area to be drained. Once this area is drained, then we can go down in here. But, yeah, Goblin Christmas pretty soon. Then we can come down in here, and then we can collect all of the goodies. after we deal with all of the corpses, because all of the goodies are currently forbidden and all of the corpses are set to dump. So we need to get rid of the corpses first. Once we're done getting rid of the corpses, then we can gather up all the toys. But I wait for the bodies to finish rotting first so that we don't have to stare at miasma. Because dwarves don't really like staring at miasma, honestly. Like, it's not something that they're super fond of. And, you know, frankly, I don't fucking blame them. Also, hey, Dwarf, I hope you're well. Boop. Now I will unforbid this. And let's jump into here and unsuspend all of these jobs. Cool, and the water's pumping. The water's gonna pump all back up in here, out of here, because this is what, 4 Z levels deep? It's gonna flow into the pumps, which are also pumping water up from the caverns. So these pumps are pumping water up from the caverns as well as pumping the water from the drain reservoir back up and in. They go up to here, which then flow back into our giant mandolin ukulele thingy. Because the top layer is more than enough water to fill the whole thing instantly. Now we just need to wait for the miasma to disperse, and once the miasma is dispersed, then just like that, magic. We have a new trap. It's lovely. And honestly, I think it's pretty efficient. I think it's pretty goddamn efficient. So, yeah, that is the Big Whoosh 9000 of the Reigns of Terror. But no, I'm not a degenerate. No, Bigu. B-I-G-U? Whoosh. I mean, I'm a degenerate. I'm just not that particular flavor of degenerate. So you suffer in whatever format of degeneracy you see as best. You want to practice a martial art? Join the military. Have you thought about the military? How about you? Oh shit, you're in a strange mood. What are you looking for? Cloth thread, their skin, stone rock. You need leather. I think I have tanners, but maybe I don't. Let's just try that. Maybe I'll get it done in time, maybe I won't. All right. Back to this, the important stuff. Let's try and make some new booze. Have anybody who can gather plants? Not sure. But yeah, no, flooding stuff is a lot of fun in Dwarfs. It's one of the reasons I like water traps so much, is just because of how traumatic they can be. It's just like, oh, sudden just poof, everything's gone. It's just like instant wall of water. And that shit's way too cool. In my opinion, it's way too fucking cool. Also, I take Cupo vomiting on my fortress a little bit as a massive compliment, so thank you for that. Once again, my stuff looks nowhere near as good as his ever will. My stuff will never look anywhere near as good as his, but I can try. All right, let's see if I can get more Cinnabar in here. I think mostly because he's also got way more patience for this sort of thing than I do. Where did the Cinnabar blocks go? Because there's Cinnabar. There they are. Oh. Pfft. Making fortifications, not floors. Lowercase, not uppercase. Has anybody done anything fun over the weekend? Anybody got any plans coming up? I have to re-buy my tickets to Ginger because they rebooked for a bigger venue. But it also means bigger venue, which means more elbow room. But it also means more people in one room, so I don't know. Theoretically, there's more space in a venue that's designed for 500 people that sells 250 tickets instead of a venue that's designed for 200 people that sells 100 tickets, so I don't know what that is. You harvested some grapes? Ooh, what are you doing with those grapes? My parents, like, picked all of their grapes in one day and then made a buttload of wine. So my parents are going to have a lot of wine in, like, in about a month. So you're not that worried? I'd be worried just about, like, the concept of going to Florida, but people in Florida seem fine, so... At least that's what they tell us. I'm sure you'll be fine. Just, you know, stay safe, right? As long as you're smart about things, I'm sure you'll be fine. Helping your family make wine? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I've harvested a large portion of my mint and various other tea plants. So I've got I've got leaves hanging up on all of my walls in my kitchen. I've got little pins in the walls with just like various different herbs. Like my place looks kind of like I'm gonna start making some sort of weird druid potion or something, because there's just like herbs all over all my walls. I've also like hung up a bunch of oregano and stuff. I'm starting to dry stuff because I only have like, I don't know, another couple months of my herbs growing nicely before they are gonna start to die back. So I'm picking stuff and harvesting it and drying it. I don't have a dehydrator or anything, so I use a combination just hanging it up in my oven, which, you know, so far it works. It works. Hang it up for 10 days and then wash it real well, hang it up for 10 days, and then put it in the oven for a very short period of time. It's been working real nice. I got 2 tins of mint tea so far, like the big tins, not like little tins, but like big tins. A couple mason jars full of stuff as well. Quite happy with it so far. This is like an image of a weapon trap in my mind. Like in my head, this is just an image of a weapon trap. What are you doing for yourself today? What's spoiling yourself? That's how I feel when I buy myself a little bit of blue cheese for a salad. It's like, ooh, I'm spoiling myself today because I don't generally eat cheese. So when I do, it's like I get the good stuff. Ooh, a Jamaican patty. Good stuff. One of the things I'm very much looking forward to about going to Vancouver Island is my actual favorite coffee shop is on Vancouver Island. And I've checked Google. They're still open. So they haven't closed through, I mean, they did close for a bit during the pandemic, but they're still there and there were recent pictures and it's still the same people working there. So I'm very much excited to go get coffee at my favorite coffee shop. It's like this old Japanese couple that owns the place. You're a moldy orange today. Orange with extra bacteria. Sounds healthy. So if Orange is squeezing himself, does that make him into a orange juice? Because you spoiled yourself. That's why you're moldy orange. You're an orange and you're spoiled. So, you're bad joke. Speaking of bad jokes, what's up, Diamond? Good day to me. Well, hi. What do you think of the fortress designs so far, Orange? This actually from above looks really cool. Just, you know, don't mind the part where there's just like a mountain of corpses like right here. Just ignore that bit, you know. Like if you ignore this part, the fortress is really nice. How deep's the water down here? Okay, we need that to drain a little more. What, just the corpses everywhere? I mean, calm down, Tim Burton. You know, I might actually need to drain this stuff. There's too much water in here. My drowning pit is too efficient. How's the tower going? It's making progress. I mean, today so far we've dug out this bit, so it now goes down to here. We've gotten rid of the old entrance almost entirely. So we've made some additions, and it's growing, I would say. We've also gone up to here, and I put our guard guinea cock right there, who's going to spot all were creatures for us because he's a good boy. So that's helpful. Yeah, I mean, Fort's going pretty well, I say. Fort is indeed going pretty well. I mean, says the moldy orange. All right, enough of that joke. That got old quick. Also, I think you made Sui's month, by the way. By just like self-creating a level 5 hype train. Like I think you made her month. That's what you do. I mean, yeah. Make streamers happy. All right, well, considering our flamethrower Forgotten Beast is a success, I think there's nowhere for this fort to go but up at this point. There's quite literally nowhere left for this fort to go but up. In flames? Oh, probably. Most certainly. Although I think right now I'm more likely to drown my fort than burn it, but one thing at a time. You've seen Dune today? Dune's not out for another, like, 22 days, so no spoils, please. At least over here. Because for some reason they decided that it would be a good idea to release a movie like Dune a month in advance, ahead of parts of the world. It releases in theaters, streaming, and on demand. No, it's not just Canada. It's Canada and the States. All of North America. And there's some other countries too. I think Japan, it's not released yet. It's not just Canada. And also, that's not Canada for you. That's not normal. I don't know. Like, it's actually to the point where I'm tempted to just not see it. Or I'm tempted to steal it. Like, that's all that it's doing, is it's tempting me to steal it. Because everybody's just like, yeah, I saw Dune. Dune was great. And I'm like, I want to see Dune. Fuck you. Like, that's literally all it is. It's just like, it's testing my patience. No, it's not normal. This is literally the first time I've ever seen it happen. But then again, I also don't really give a shit about most new movies, so maybe it is normal. Normally it happens where China gets movies like 6 weeks ahead of time, but I don't know many people in China, so people don't normally like go, yo, I saw this movie that you want to see that's only out in China, because I don't really know people in China. But I do know a lot of people in Europe. Yes, but let me just tell you this, like, weird thing about modern culture is all that does is it makes me want to steal it. That's all it does. And it doesn't actually make me more interested in the movie. It makes me less interested in the movie. To the point where I might actually just not go see Dune. I'm genuinely thinking about just not seeing Dune because of this. It's so stupid. Yeah, no, I totally get it. It's like... I totally get it if, like, you're releasing a, like, Chinese dub of a movie early. Like, I get that. That's fine. That's a huge market. Do that. But, like, if you're going to release in the Western world, release in all of the Western world or fuck off. Quite literally. I mean, it's actually the reason I still haven't seen the show Devs. I really want to watch that show, but it's not available on any streaming services that I can get legally through Canada. The only streaming service it's on is not available in Canada. which isn't super uncommon. All right, let's see if I can. Regional licensing hurts. That's all I have to say about that. All right, let's pull that lever. Yeah, unfortunately, the regional licensing won't stop until people stop throwing money at it, and people aren't going to stop throwing money at it. But that being said, I completely agree that regional pricing should, regional licensing should stop. Let's jump down here and shut the pump stack off. Especially during a pandemic. Like, you'd think that it would make the most logical sense to just, you know, make it as available as possible. It's just like I'll probably never see Tenet. And I will probably never see Tenet because it still isn't available on demand here. Like, they were just like, yeah, you want to rent it for like $40? Not quite. You want to rent it for like, I think it's $31 to rent it. I was like, well, no. I also certainly didn't want to see that movie in theaters. I don't want to go into a movie theater. Fuck that. Man, it is so easy to just desensitize your dwarves to violence now. Christ. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just frustrating. It's just frustrating. Well, what can you do? Oh well. I'm gonna go see The Matrix 4 for Christmas. I know that much. That or I will watch it on demand because it will be available on demand same day. So that's a movie I will watch. Christmas Day. That's my plans for Christmas Day. I've already like set that in stone. I'm gonna watch The Matrix, and I can't wait. Can't wait. I am excited as hell for that. Is it actually finally happening? It comes out, I think it's December 22nd or 23rd. It's one of those days. You forgot there's going to be another Avatar? Yeah, for some reason. There's actually going to be 5 more. Aren't they like, hold on a second. I need to look this up. Sam Worthington. Films. Okay. Let's see. He was in Wrath of the Titans? Whoa. 2009. Jake Sully. He was in, oh yeah, I guess he was also in Clash of the Titans, so that would make sense. He was in, what did he do in Terminator Salvation came out the same year as Avatar? No wonder we all thought that Avatar was a good movie. Anyway, Avatar came out in 2009. Avatar 2 is 2022. Avatar 3 is 2024. And Avatar 4, 5, and 6 are in pre-production. Whereas 3 is filming right now, and 2 is in post-production. Anyway, the Werdeer Vanod Bengeleminim has come, a very large deer twisted into humanoid format. It is crazed for flesh and blood, and its eyes glow scarlet. Its cinnamon hair is long and straight. Beware. You will know why you fear the night. All right. There be dwarfs close by. Dwarves, get inside. Run away, dwarf. Run away. Oh, no. You didn't run. Werdeer attacks and miss, attacks and miss, attacks and miss. Oh, no. Werdeer definitely hit. Werdeer bites. Okay, well, you're bit, bud. Sorry. Deer. Bit. And looks like you were put out of your misery. Werdeer is probably about to cease being a deer. All right, let's jump down to you. Lock it in the fortress. I mean, what? Well, it's not stopping it from going up. Good thing I can close that. Oh, come on. Has nobody pulled that fucking lever? Pull the lever. Come on. Get that lever pulled. All right. How close are you to the lever? Pretty damn close. Come on. Easy does it. Yes! I didn't kill him. Sorry. I was just really, really hoping that we could pull that off. You got catapulted on the bridge, man. Come on. I was very carefully kiting that. And, you know, we pulled it off. So, you know what? I am totally okay with this. Good job, dwarves. You did it. Pat on the head. Good work. Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. Did it break your legs or something? Its lower leg is mangled beyond recognition. Ah! 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 And oozing blood. All right, I'm gonna send the military as soon as the doors open. Currently, the doors are not open, so. $5,700 hours. Good lord, that's a lot of hours, B-Log. Nice number though. Satisfying. Here come the military, although it might make it off the map. And it made it off the map. RIP! Oh well. At least we were able to let the door hit it on the ass on the way out. Well done, I say. Well done. Unfortunately, we did, however, lose a dwarf, which is very unfortunate. You know, I like that underground area, but that underground tomb, but I think we're going to... Where's the tomb layer? I was building a tomb layer. I just don't know where we... Oh, was I putting it above ground? I think I was putting it above ground. Yeah, I was. So let's... make 20 more coffins. So we lost one dwarf. Well, maybe you should refigure your speech. Because the only thing that I can say is you got owned really bad there. Maybe don't tell a girl to put her balls back in her pants. I think the only thing that happened here is you got wrecked, sir. I would just smile and admit defeat if I were you. There you go. Coffin for the new dwarf. Bastet with the big fucking win. Holy shit. No kidding. Jesus. 14,000. Was that an all-in? That has to have been an all-in. Alright. You know, I think that this dwarf died a worthy sacrifice. Was a worthy sacrifice. Dwarves are still removing corpses. You want to practice some martial art, Bomrak, eh? Well, how about consider joining the Braided Lancers? How about you? Bomrak the Brave has joined the Braided Lancers. Sirs, how about you? You were knocked out during a cave-in. Well, you're frequently depressed, stubborn. How do you feel about stress? Yeah, you know what? You'd actually be okay. In fact, I think the military would do you some good. Man, there's still so many bodies. It's gonna take us a while to get all this stuff cleared out. Just don't have any... Leather is the actual problem. That's a big win for anybody. Like 14,322? That's a lot. Just in general. I'm very nervous about that forgotten beast that's just hanging out there, though. Even though it's behind a wall and a drawbridge, it's like... I've seen how much destruction that thing can cause, and it's quite a bit. The thing can do some pretty serious damage. Look at this. Doesn't feel anything. Like, this used to always just be filled with non-stop red nightmares and bullshit. Now they're just like, yeah, we're good. We good. It's actually kind of insane, in my opinion. Except for this dwarf. This dwarf's having a rough day. Let's make the other half of the clothing that I didn't make previously. Also, hopefully they can acquire some new clothing from the goblins' piles here. So a siege and a were-creature today, and we killed a forgotten beast at the start. Not bad, not bad, if I do say so myself. And another one. Also, fuck. Forgotten Beast. Thrillillery and Rolfska has come. A quadruped composed of clear glass. It has wings and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its deadly spittle. I think we're going to try to fight this. Although it has wings. Glass, and it's got deadly spittle. Wrestle it to death, classic. I mean, we just need to chop its wings off. Depends on how efficient its wings are. Here she comes. All right, so we've got a bunch of hammer dwarfs and some swords dwarves. Oh, is it not able to come in? Well, I mean... Oh, there we go. All right, so the dwarves are surrounding it. See how the fights go so far. Seems to be missing the Swordsmaster, and they're slashing it. Cool. Swordsmaster punches the Forgotten Beast in the left wing with her hand, but the attack glances away. Ugh. They're all glancing away. That's not good. Although the Swordmaster punches the Forgotten Beast in the head with his left hand, but the attack glances away. The force twists the neck. All right. A lot of these attacks are just glancing away. But the militia attack, a captain scratches the Forgotten Beast in the head, fracturing it and twisting the neck. Okay, so like, just keep hitting it in the head. I'm seeing blood. I don't know whose blood that is. Looks like it's dwarf blood. Ooh, someone, the Swordmaster stabs the Forgotten Beast in the head with Nekib Kasteba, chipping it. Chip the head. They take a lot of a beating, and the sword is lodged in the wound. The Swordmaster pulls the embedded Lemis Nikot, and the Swordmaster gains possession of the sword again. The Swordmaster punches the Forgotten in the wing, but the attack glances away. And it's dead. Who got the killing blow? Swordmaster stabs the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with Gakazum Lam Asrir, fracturing it. The Swordmaster bites the Forgotten Beast in the upper body, and the injured part is torn apart. So shoutouts to the dwarf who literally bit the thing to death. So, shoutouts to Moses, the Swordmaster. I think we need to give Moses a nickname from that. What do you guys think? Yeah, got it. I think that's how you spell that. Bitey, maybe? Yeah, Bitey. We'll go with Bitey. All right, time to let the dwarves go. Glassjaw? Glass biter? Bitey's a bit bad. You guys don't like bitey? All right. I like glassjaw. Let's see how you feel about this. Doesn't feel anything while in conflict. Didn't feel anything after seeing the Forgotten Beast die. Felt pleasure after a sparring session. It's a great day to fall in love all over again. You just murdered a great creature from... and, you know. So I would indeed say that it is that. You call the big one bitey. The Forgotten Beast is bitey and the dwarf is... something else. Yeah, no, the trick to that is just get them on the same level. Once they're on the, once they can't fly up, then the dwarves can beat it. Because, like, if it caught us out in the open where it had multiple Z levels to fly up, it would have just hovered above us and we never would have caught it. Unless some dwarf was able to vault up to it, it would have just killed us. Let's put this, 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 and this. Then start encasing this. Because this is going to become a circle. And all right, sweet. More stuff's coming down, stuff's getting put away. So now I guess we start building her into a circle. To me, this is just an image of a spinning weapon trap. It's got 2 warhammers and then 2 pickaxes in it right now. That's what it looks like to me. I don't know about you guys. Thanks, Cassie. How are you? This is the entrance to the Reigns of Terror, which is going to slowly become a Necromancer Tower. Currently is just a grand dwarven fortress, but 'tis the season to be spooky. And that's it for this sesh. We'll let them go install all that. Yeah, we also have this, which I'm very proud of. And the fort itself kind of goes up this way, and then it turns into a more standard fort, and then there's boulders everywhere, and mucus, and dead things, and then the actual fort itself down here. But, you know, we're making progress. You know what they had in the grocery store the last time I went in there? Which was on Friday morning. They have eggnog. They don't even have Halloween candy yet. This is like some sort of propaganda to like kill Halloween, the far superior holiday. Not happy. Not actually mad. But like, come on, guys. It's like it's not even November. Fatten people up with candy before you fatten them up with eggnog. Come on, one thing at a time. One heart-killing treat at a time, please. Can't handle them all. Right, you're not a fan of eggnog? I don't mind eggnog. I like drinking eggnog once per year. It's kind of no, actually, no, it's not quite the level of pumpkin spice lattes. I don't like pumpkin spice lattes, but it's like I like drinking eggnog once per year, once, just as a get into the season kind of shit. By the Christmas demon known as marketing, not Santa. Come on, Santa's dead. Marketing has consumed Santa. In the far reaches of the future, the holiday once known as Christmas will just simply be renamed to Amazon Day, where you buy things for your friends on Amazon, so that we can fund the rich people cities on Mars. Right? That's how this is gonna go. Sure, but like, let's not dance around the of what's the imagery of what Santa actually is, which is, you know, marketing. Or a creepy old guy that kids take photos on the lap of. I don't know what that is, but sure. Darren? I don't know. I'm not going to buy any Halloween candy either, so probably also not going to have any eggnog this year, because carb counting eggnog sounds like carb counting pop, which just means I have high blood sugar the next day, all day, and feel like garbage. And it's like, it's not worth it. It's really, really not. Slowly more bad through the years? I mean, everything has become slowly more bad through the years, but for me, it's like the marketing end of Halloween. Oh yeah, I know it sucks. It really does. Like, it genuinely sucks. But it's not gonna take the spirit of the holiday away from me, right? Like for me, it's just horror season. It's spooky season. Like, I don't actually care about the buy candy bullshit part of the holiday. I could live without all of the crappy Halloween pop-up stores that pop up every year around Halloween time. I could live without that and be much happier, or not miss them. Maybe it wouldn't really affect my happiness, but I wouldn't miss them if they went away. But in general, like, for me, Halloween it's not about that. You'll get on Alexa's naughty list. Ew. I don't want to know anything about Alexa's naughty list. There's something wrong about that sentence. Can I just say I feel bad for anybody named Alexa? Man, that was like a bad first name lottery to draw. I made it weird. You said it. She's gonna like laugh at me and refuse to turn on my lights like those videos on YouTube. Yeah, maybe they just they delay all of your packages by an hour, maybe, and then blame the employees for it. I don't know why, but this is reminding me of a Reddit post I saw the other day, and it was literally just about how belly rubs are pigs' kryptonite, and it's just this person scratching a pot-bellied pig's tummy, and then it falls over, and it's this really cute video. And then somebody left in the comment section, it's like, it's also humans' kryptonite too, but they don't like to talk about that very much. It's like, humans like belly rubs too, but they don't like to talk about that very much. And then the first response was someone saying, people don't like it very much at my office. And then someone else was just like, how's it working at Blizzard? I don't know why, but that's just way too funny to me. I keep that thing just keeps popping into my head whenever people say make it weird. It just keeps popping into my head, and I just find that way too amusing for some god awful reason. They send you paid cultists to remodel your house for free. That's terrifying. Escalated quickly. I mean, that's Reddit, but it's just like from it. I guess to me, it makes me happy, and the reason it makes me happy is it's like it's a terrible news story about awful shit that's happened, but also it's so heavily into the mainstream that people meme about it on Reddit. It means that stuff's actually getting done about it, you know? Also, like, get fucked, Activision. So, I don't know. To me, I think it's a positive thing that people are so aware of it. Because, like, that's the only way change happens, is you have to make what you're currently doing extremely bad for business. And currently, it's extremely bad for business. Because it's not like they'll help people because it's the right thing to do, but they will definitely help people if it starts costing them money to not help people. You know? Unfortunately, that's just how big business works, you know? I don't think this is the right reaction to have, but having somebody remodel my house for free sounds kind of lovely. Just saying. No, it is. D2 is not a big release for them. Like, yeah, it's a big release, but compared to an Overwatch, or compared to a World of Warcraft expansion, or compared to a Call of Duty, it's not. And yes, it is costing them not buyers, but what it is costing them is their stock prices go. That's what costs them money. Like, yeah, of course people are still gonna fucking buy their games because people like buying video games, but I wouldn't expect people to stop buying their games because, like, I've been barking up that tree for years, and yeah, people will still buy games. But what is happening is their stock price is taking a fucking train hit, which is nice to see. Although, it's funny because I say that, and I'm going to be playing StarCraft 2 on Evil Trick's channel tomorrow, but I'm only playing the free-to-play shit, so it's fine. We're going to do a bunch of custom maps. Should be a good time.
Yeah.
Pink Fluffy Llama. I hope that you're doing well. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Pink Fluffy Llama? Massive thanks. Oh, jeez. I just did the wrong thing. I hit enter an extra time with my tricky finger. Also, for whatever it's worth, Diablo is mostly Vicarious Visions. And they're one of the most recent additions to that mega beast of a studio. Set of studios, I guess. And besides, not buying games doesn't... Like, this is something that, like, I'm trying to be more vocal about. Not buying games doesn't really hurt big industries like that and big companies like that. But what does hurt them is yelling about the shit that they're doing wrong and making their stock price go down. That's what actually hurts them, is making their stock price go down. And getting the people in charge in trouble, which is also what's happening. If anything, not buying the games is probably worse for the people working there. However, myself as a creator, what I can do to help is don't promote their games by not streaming them. So choose not to stream the games that they put out. You can still buy them. That's fine. But be sure to tell people about how bad Activision is, and be sure to tell people about the lawsuits, and be sure that people are aware of them, and be sure that the stock price drops, and they're getting what's coming to them. Like, every time I look into that news story, it's like more government agencies are getting involved, more people are getting subpoenaed, more papers are coming out, more things are being let out, whistleblowers are shouting. It's like, I think that's going pretty smoothly, at least thus far. Another thing that I thought was kind of amusing, actually, was on the new Call of Duty trailers that they've released, they've removed the Activision logo. And they say that it's a more minimalist design approach to logo usage and trademarks. What they're actually saying is the Activision logo just lost a lot of value, and we don't want to put it on the Call of Duty in case people don't buy it. That's what they're actually saying. So, in my opinion, they're doing a good job getting fucked. You're playing with the new programming tool today. What programming tool, if I can ask? What you programming with that new tool? So what do you think of my weird pattern, chat? I think it turned out quite nice. Now we're gonna channel around the edge and make it a suspended thing. Then we gotta, like, channel out most of this. It's gonna take a while. Uh-oh. One of my maces is in prison. Must have gotten imprisoned because I must have missed an order. It's okay. You'll be fine. But seriously, thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for an 8th month. It's good to have you back. And thanks for tuning in on a Sunday. It's nice that there's been a crowd here today. Today started off very quiet, so thanks to everybody who's been hanging out. I think that there's maybe a piece of livestock stuck behind a door somewhere. So I'm getting some frame rate lag that wasn't happening a couple minutes ago. Starting to wonder. That or it's just all of the traffic from dwarves running through. It might just be all the foot traffic. It's hard to tell. I like that Llama teased us all with this new programming tool and then didn't tell us what it is. It's just silence. Like, hey, fine, don't share. Yeah, be that way. I think this looks pretty badass. I think that this looks pretty badass. It's been a long time since I've built something like this. Because I've been working on Long Death for so long, right? And Long Death is such a, like, slow-paced fort. It's difficult to really do large constructions like this really quickly because I got so few dwarves in that fort, right? But with this, because I actually have, like, proper population and powerful punctuation. I don't know where I'm going with this, but with the proper population stuff, I can very quickly build a large fortress. And I'm not even at maximum pop. We're gonna crank her up next stream we do of this, which won't be this coming weekend because I will be on vacation, but the weekend after when I get back. So the 15th and the 16th, or the 16th and the 17th, we will crank the population up to 200, and we will power through with this fortress, and we will go to war. At that point, we will be expanding everything and building outwards and invading stuff. Should be fun. Also, thanks for the lurks, Nano Chip. Alright. God, there's so many blocks coming out of this. So much stuff. Interrupted by a giant olm. I was gonna say, it looks like it's in a cage now. So can someone go kill that giant olm, please? There isn't a dwarf in that cage, is there? No. Anybody want to, kill that giant? There you come. There you come. Get him. There you go. Excellent. Excellent. As it fucking should be. Stoneworker's been missing for a week? Did someone get flattened? I'm not sure. Mayhaps somebody is dead somewhere. Maybe a vampire? That would be weird, though. Or actually, maybe dehydrated. That might have been the artifact that started. Chat, we're quite lurky. Could I get a round of beers? Chat's just too quiet for my own comfortableness. If there's anything anybody wants to talk about, feel free to bring something up. I need a talking point to ramble on. Can only keep String of Consciousness up and rolling for so long. Trying to learn Godot? Any particular reason why? What inspired you to learn Godot? Cool recipes to try? I mean, I just try cool recipes. I don't need to talk about cool ones to try. But let's talk about literally anything, because literally anything is better than nothing, which is what we had up until 10 seconds ago. And I've been battling with lurky chat all day today, so you know, it's nobody in particular's fault. It's Sunday. Who watches streams on a Sunday? Come on. Let's go that way. What kind of game? I feel like if game engines like Godot existed when I was a little kid and still had lots of creativity and free time, I would have made all kinds of weird shit. I used to use this, it wasn't really a game engine, it was more like a toy, but I used to use this piece of software called Scratch to make weird games when I was little. Some kind of action RPG? Good luck. Those are complicated, which is why I say good luck. Enjoy the lurks, Calthor. It's not a concern of like there not being people watching. Like I know there's people watching. The issue is like I never know, or I run out of shit to talk about and then I just get rambly. But if there's like a feedback loop with chat, then I don't get rambly as quickly because, you know, there's stuff to actively be talking about. So it makes my job a lot easier if there's just people talking. That's all. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another little spherical thing and then we're going to go upwards. So we're going to have like kind of a down little sphere, to the right sphere, up, and then over. Something else I could theoretically do is I could make this a lava trap in the future. Like I could make it flood with lava, potentially, if I do my cards, or if I play my cards right here. Could make the top of this tower some sort of lava container, I think, is a word that one could use. I'm also going to give my military a break. Let you guys go do other things for a bit. It's currently like the tavern is empty because everybody is so busy clearing out all of this clothing and stuff. There's just so much of it. There's just so much of it. My shoulder's hurting. I slept on it funny last night. I woke up quite a few times last night, actually. You like asymmetrical sprites? Do you like the sprites in Dungeon Mans? Dungeon Mans is all asymmetrical. Actually, something that I could take a peek at. I wonder, what's the Patreon vote looking like? For those of you on the Patreon who haven't voted yet, go vote. Go help us break this tie. Yeah, 9 people have voted out of a nice number of patrons. So come on, guys, get over. If you're funding me on the Patreon, jump over there and put in a vote. God damn it. There's only 9 people have voted so far. That moment when there's so many children in one spot of your fort and you think that somebody died because you think that there's blood there because all you saw was red, but in reality it's just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 children playing. I choose to simply be irresponsible about everything. It's generally my way of doing things. You know, let's just pump this up to priority number 1. And then instead of getting number 1, I got number 7 because I went further down because I'm smart. There we go. Let's try that. Let's get them up here and working on this. I just want to get this channeled out so we have a pretty good idea of what this is going to look like once it's done. There's too many tasks to be done in too many tight hallways, so the fortress is a little laggy right now. Can't reach building. It'll be asymmetrical. I mean, people are asymmetrical. It's actually how it's kind of ironic when you run into somebody who's obsessed with symmetry, because it's like we ourselves, our faces, are asymmetrical. Like there's nothing about our body that is perfectly symmetrical. Like my right arm is about that much longer than my left arm. Fact. My ears are not aligned on my head. That's actually a pain in the dick because it makes my glasses always crooked. And whenever I get a new pair of glasses, I have to spend like a week adjusting them and bending them just slightly so that they rest in a comfortable fashion on my nose. Mostly symmetrical, but not. I can't remember the name of the museum, but there's a museum in Hollywood that's just a whole bunch of photos of famous actors, but like their face cut in half and then flipped and mirrored. And it makes them look very strange. Fair amount of symmetry. I mean, like we have 2 arms, 2 legs, and whatnot. 2 ears, 2 eyes, 2 mouths, 2 teeth, 2 belly buttons, naturally. Wait, you don't? But yeah, I get what you're saying. But our faces are not symmetrical. Not perfectly, anyway. It makes things harder? Oh yeah, because you have to do more than just mirror them, right? You have to focus more on poses or visual angles. There's a cave toad down here. Just trying to, you know, get rid of this cave toad that's in the doorway here. And get rid of him. I wonder which one this is. Some of these floors are getting suspended. Cannot just stand by. This might require an answer, he says after stabbing Toad to death. What, with sprites? I mean, if you have perfectly symmetrical sprites, they look off, especially for people, in my opinion. Like, whenever I play, I've seen games with perfectly symmetrical sprites before, and whenever I look at them, it's always something just looks wrong. Like, I don't like this. There's just something off about it, if that makes any sense. All right, I think that this is going flawlessly. I'll also go down another layer, down to the same layer as this. I'm kind of debating what I should do with this platform. So I just kind of have this big old platform here. It's like I could put a wall around it and try and use it as more of a part of the fort. I could put traps on it. I could put fortifications around it and try and fortify it. I don't know. Lots of options. Flipped all the time when he was 2D. I wouldn't know because like I've never actually played as 2D Street Fighter outside of horrendously terrible ports. Indoor Fortress? Well, you don't play as humans because humans aren't playable. But if you mod them in, they have like the opposite of cavern sickness. You know, like, yeah, no, humans are not a playable race in Dwarf Fortress. They're planned to be. There is a mod which is very outdated, which can let you do it. That's like 4 versions behind now, I think. You can activate them if you go into your raws, but they're not finished, so they're missing half of their mechanics, so I wouldn't recommend it. But humans have the opposite of dwarven sunlight sickness. So dwarves, when they spend too much time underground, if they go above ground, they start vomiting. Humans have the opposite. If they don't go above ground and they stay underground for too long, they start vomiting. So you need to do like pit mining and such. What made you think that humans are a playable race in Dwarf Fortress? I mean, it is planned. Like, Tarn wants humans to be a playable race. He also wants goblins to be a playable race, and a few others, but elves as well. But they are not a playable race, and won't be by the Steam version or anything. You just like watching it on occasion? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no. But even watching it on occasion, like, what made you think they were a playable race? I'm more just like curious about who told you that or something, or where you picked that information up from. Because like Masterwork mod lets you play with a relatively developed version, of humans, but Masterwork is like was last updated in like 2016, I think. You assumed? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, like you can play as humans in adventure mode. In adventure mode, you can play literally any race. Any race that exists in your world, more or less, within reason. Sometimes they'll make your game crash if you play like the Necromancer experiments. But in adventure mode, you can play any race. You could even be like a hamster man if you wanted. No, elves are not crazy nor cannibals. Elves are religious zealots and Greenpeace people. However, after war, they will eat their fallen enemies and fallen allies. Yeah, it's poor elves. They have like religious requirements after battle, and like they get scrutinized for it. If anything, like, they are less evil than the humans in Dwarf Fortress. The humans in DF have much eviler laws. Yeah, I consider the humans in DF to be significantly eviler than elves. No, they don't attack people for cutting trees, and they eat people. They ask you nicely to cut down less trees first. They show up and they say, please, chop down less trees. And they primarily exist off of a vegetarian and fruit diet. But they show up and they ask nicely for you to stop. And then if you keep cutting down trees, then they give you a limit of trees that you can attack, and then they give you a warning, and then they attack you. Well, I mean, they're generally kind of posh, but they're elves, right? As if dwarves are any more polite. No, they ask you repeatedly to not, and then they give you a limit, which is about, like, it's usually around 120 trees per year. To give you an idea, you do not need to chop down 120 trees per year. You might need to chop down 50. For, like, a fully functioning, like, forge, you might need to chop down 50 for the coal. But that's about it. Their requests are actually quite reasonable. The thing that actually starts wars with elves usually is people who try and sell elves wood stuff because they don't realize that stuff is made of wood or studded with wood or encrusted with wood or including or parts of wood or barrels or bins or stuff that's usually made of wood. They try and sell that to the elves, and then the elves will cancel that once and they'll get mad at you, and then they'll refuse to trade. And then people just get frustrated with the elves and attack them. Or they'll try it again, and if you do that once or twice, or more than twice, they start invading you after that. Well, usually in Dwarf Fortress, in this particular fortress, we are in human and goblin territory, so we are not anywhere near elves. Usually in Dwarf Fortress, you are embarking in a new place. Think about it this way. Most of the Western world is still apologizing to the natives for all the land that we moved in and decided was ours. I mean, elves are immortal. Dwarves only live for a measly 170 years. Whose land is it? Like, let's think about this for a second. I'm just saying. Like, think about whose land you're talking about here. The people living there? I'm just saying, like, think about it, right? Like, people give the elves an unnecessarily bad rap in DF, and it's kind of sad. They're actually a really cool race. They're also, like, the equivalent of waffle bat enemies. They're incredibly easy to fight because their weapons are made out of wood, which is the weakest material in the game because they can't mine. So, like, fighting with them is pretty fucking boring, too, because they don't really pose much of a threat to an even remotely, like, advanced dwarven society. I mean, they're kind of annoying, for sure, but, like, you can play within their requirements incredibly easy, and they often bring really big, cool pets. Like, they'll bring you tamed bears if you trade with them. They'll bring you tamed unicorns if you trade with them. They'll bring you, like, I've had elves trade giant elephants to me before. For cheap. So I had a pasture of giant elephants in one of my forts. It's like, Magic Update might also just remove elves from the game. Magic Update is, like, also, like, half a decade off, so I'm not gonna get excited about the elves or anything. I don't know. It's just the elves are not psychopaths. They're significantly more reasonable than most of the other races in the game. People just give them a bad rap because they will eat their enemies after battle. It's like, well, I mean, humans used to do that. There's plenty of, like, human groups and around the world on Earth that used to eat the dead after fights, or for, like, no particular reason at all. I mean, just respect their religious beliefs and don't chop down as many trees as you possibly can, and you'll never go to war with the elves. I mean, every faction in Dwarf Fortress is interesting, but the only faction that's truly full of, like, psychopaths that will invade you for no reason are the demons underground. They are the only faction of pure murder machines that will just attack you for no fucking reason. They are the only faction that will do that. And they enslave the goblins. The demons. Which can be found by mining through the candy. Fun stuff at the basement. But every other faction is interesting and unique. No, I mean, necromancers are not a race. Necromancers can be any species. Necromancers are like perfectly normal dwarves with weird hobbies, or perfectly normal humans with weird hobbies. Also, I don't think elves can be necromancers. Yeah, because they're already immortal. So, like, I mean, if you want to talk about necromancy, it's humans and dwarves that go that route. They naturally know too much of life and death. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, so it's like I wasn't sure about goblins, but I knew that elves couldn't. So it's like people give elves a bad rap because of old dead jokes from 4chan back in the day, primarily. Like that's where all that hatred comes from. That's where those memes come from, is people going, yes, we can use like elves as a gateway to make anti-Semitic jokes, and that's basically where that rap comes from. You know, but unfortunately, Zack and Tarn decided to make the elves a little bit spicy by giving them a little bit of religious complexity about about them eating dead after battle, which, you know, as far as like history goes, isn't that crazy. No, the elves will use wood, but what the elves use is they use magic to convince the trees to grow into what they need. So elves only use wood, but they don't chop down any trees. They simply grow wooden barrels, or they grow wooden swords, or they grow wooden clothes, or I think they grow cloth, like plant cloth clothing too, don't they? But they'll grow their wooden armor. They literally like they're like boutique. No, you're fighting with a cave crocodile. They're like boutique like tree farmers, basically. The dwarves have arrived to trade. Sup, Wisdom? How's things? Good to see you. Happy Sunday. Because Dwarf Fortress is in dire need of more complicated faction interaction. That's why. Also because dwarves are would rather see the world burned and turned into a great mining pit than cooperating with elves. Doesn't make the elves bad. It's not the elves' fault. Not really, anyway. The elves would rather you chop down trees, just chop down a reasonable number. That's all that the elves want. They just want you to chop down a reasonable number of trees. No, it's the fault of the player for not listening. Cursed, did you just come into this conversation? Because if so, you don't have the right to take part. Doran says, I am a liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Flattering. We'll see you next time. Next to yourself, douche. Come on. Trying to educate somebody on the inner workings and politics of Dwarf Fortress, and you're not helping. Baroness Consort has been taken by a Fey mood. Now, that's interesting. My Baroness has been taken by a Fey mood. And they claim the most boring workshop. Cool. Well, I mean, trees replant themselves extremely quickly, so you don't need to replant trees. I think the actual reason we can't replant trees is because we would just make walls out of them. And then we would have, like, basically free walls, but... I mean, trees regrow pretty quickly without you. But the only reason I'm clear cutting this area is we're very far from the elves' land, so the elves don't care. They only care if we're close to them. I like Dwarf Fortress politics because it makes people think. I've actually had a few people like poke me privately and state that the way I ramble about the difference between dwarves and elves has made them like think about how they run their D&D games differently, and has made them think about like things that could happen in our world every day slightly differently, which I think is really interesting. I'm flattered by it, I'll put it that way. TBH, just like we should on Earth right now. Stone. I mean, at that point, you need to ask Tarn, right? Dad Calatar. Like, I can't tell you this stuff because I don't know, right? I don't know why we can't plant trees. You'd have to ask Tarn that. Like, I'm not here to really discuss other mechanics that aren't in the game because I know that the development of this game is slow because the code is so complicated. So, I'm not going to worry about the mechanics that aren't in the game. I'm just going to worry about the mechanics that we do have. And what I'll say is mechanically, currently, it's excessively easy to not upset the elves. People are just lazy or don't know how to not. Or go out of their way to and then complain about the elves anyway. It's like, well, I mean, whose fault is that? That's just you being a douche. That's not the fault of the elves. Almost always the fault of the player just being an ass. All right. But I do honestly think that the way DF does its politics is fucking fascinating. I do honestly do. No, the trees regrow like over several years. Like if you clear cut an entire forest over 3-4 years, you'll have trees pop back up, right? But they don't have super heavy stages. They just go straight from, well, these are all dead trees, but they just go straight from being like a sapling. Like, where's a living sapling? These are a lot of barley and pepper plants. Chickpea. Date palm sapling. This is just gonna pop into a tree. Well, I mean, Minecraft stole almost everything from DF, so yes. No, like Dwarf Fortress trees. Although I think that Dwarf Fortress took the multi-leaf design from Minecraft. These. So this is a tree trunk, and it goes up and then splits out into branches and bits. That was taken from Minecraft and put into DF, or DF added that feature after Minecraft had it. Initially, DF trees were just a single trunk and tile that would go up and then had a top to them. So they were just single tile. but the branching out of the trees happened after Minecraft got them. I don't know how that order of operations worked. So I've never really been heavy into Minecraft, so. Golden trees were bonsais? Kinda, yeah, actually, now that you mention it. It's an interesting way of putting it. Yes, but Minecraft wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress. Minecraft is an Infiniminer clone, and Infiniminer's level generation was inspired by Dwarf Fortress. Also, Mr. Minecraft was a big fan of Dwarf Fortress. Oh, absolutely. I never said it was a bad thing. I'm just saying that give your credit where it's due, because these are Dwarf Fortress trees, not Minecraft trees. Okay. Just make sure you're putting your credit in the correct space. That's all I'm saying. Because you said Minecraft trees? It's like, no, Dwarf Fortress trees. Minecraft trees exist because Dwarf Fortress. Short test. The Baroness Consort Met Roughness. Metro Ughness. Metro Ughness is what I'm going to go with. Has created Atorisan, a diorite mug, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Zuglar Boltstrap. Zuglar Boltstrap, a very popular dwarf, at least among artifact. It's worth 100,800. Zathal. This is a diorite mug. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands. Is it 100,000? Yeah, it is. It is encircled with bands of tapered baguette cut rhyolites and blue peafowl bone and oval cut rubus cells. And this object menaces with spikes of diorite and native aluminum. On the item is an image of a giant masked lovebird in cave spider silk. I mean, you can ask questions, but just realize that Dwarf Fortress has inspired so many things. If you pay close attention to Dwarf Fortress and you start seeing something and you go, oh, that's a thing that's also in this thing, odds are it came from DF. Odds are it was in DF before it was in the other thing that you're recognizing. So just kind of realize that. So feel free to ask questions about the game. I mean, the controls are as complicated as typing, and the game is as complicated as reading. So if you can read my Twitch chat and type in my Twitch chat, you have all of the skills that you need to play DF. Fun facts. No, it's really just a matter of like, realize that the majority of the mechanics that you'll hear about and you'll be like, oh, that's a thing that's in another game. It was probably in DF first. It's just like when people are like, oh, they took that from RimWorld. I want to smack a bitch in the face. It's like, just no, you don't do not come from RimWorld. Other way around. Backwards. Although Tarn has officially put his input in on games copying Dwarf Fortress and becoming DF Lite games on the future of the Fortress, or he's just like, well, I mean, if people like my game or like the game enough that they are making a genre out of it, I think that can only be good for us, really. And you know what? He's probably not wrong, even though a lot of those games are selling very well, and Dwarf Fortress is, getting funded on Patreon for a pittance of what they should be making. Hopefully Steam version changes that. I'm going to end up cutting most of this dirt out, but... Actually, you know what? I might just do that. Let's just... There we go. That'll do. No, I never said you said that they stole the trees from Minecraft. But you did say Minecraft trees, and I was simply correcting you. I don't think I said that you said that, but I think I said that other people say that. I mean, my favorite, like, galaxy brain thing about that, Sideways, is that DF caused Fortnite. It's because Dwarf Fortress was one of the main inspirations for Minecraft, and Minecraft Battle Royale modes came from that, plus, and that and Arma around the same time, plus, plus, Fortnite was originally a Minecraft clone, which then was kind of made a more of a tower defense thing. So the existence of Fortnite is because of Minecraft, and Minecraft Battle Royales exist, and then Fortnite launched as Fortnite Save the World and wasn't particularly financially successful, and then they renamed it to Fortnite Battle Royale and made it into a Battle Royale game, and so it all comes full circle. So basically what I'm saying is I can't wait for Dwarf Fortress Battle Royale. I mean, it's kind of like just me connecting dots and calling bullshit, but like all games are inspired by all games, really. But no, I mean, one of the best ways to enjoy DF is to just enjoy it from a distance. I mean, even Tarn Adams is on record stating that he doesn't really, he thinks that the people who play the game are beta testers, and the people who read about the game and watch the game and talk about the game are the people who are actually playing Dwarf Fortress, which I think is kind of hilarious. I mean, not really. Like, there's no competitiveness. I like that you spell night correctly, which is incorrect for Fortnite, because Fortnite is spelled N-I-T-E, which is actually the reason I decided to not play that game, because I was so annoyed by how they spelled the word night. I was like, I can't play a game that spells the word night N-I-T-E. No. So thus I refused. But yeah, I've heard that sentiment from quite a few people over the years, Sideways. I know it's a word, and I know what it means, but the video game product Fortnite is spelled F-O-R-T-N-I-T-E. As much as I hate it, that's what it's called. But yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is an extremely important and influential game, and that much reigns true. I'd say that this fort is coming along lovely. I do honestly think it is. No, I haven't. I requested a key and never heard back, and I haven't paid for it. I did get offered a key for another game that claims to be inspired by chess, though, which I haven't looked at. Actually, they didn't just offer me a key; they sent me a key. Now that I'm looking at this email, there's straight up a key in here. It's for this thing. Which apparently, like, nobody bought, which makes me feel kind of bad. So it looks cool. I'm not gonna lie, it looks cool. It came out on October the 1st and has no reviews. Ouch. It's not trying to compete with Minecraft. Dwarf Fortress just needs to stop competing with itself. And right now it's competing with itself because of the old-fashioned UI. Not sure what the point of that statement is. That, Calthor. Like, here's the thing. Minecraft owes its existence to Dwarf Fortress. But Dwarf Fortress and Minecraft couldn't be more different. It'll ever? Did you mean to say never, or I don't understand what you're trying to say. No, that's not true. Games don't compete with each other if they're not the same type of game. I don't know what you're saying, but like it doesn't make any sense to me. Like Dwarf Fortress is competing in the same space with the RimWorld, but not with a Minecraft. If you're like talking about like an abstract sense of like games competing for your time, then yeah, sure, but it's a completely different audience type that would play Dwarf Fortress. I'll say this. I've lost the whole purpose of this conversation. I don't really understand what we're talking about anymore. Initially, I was answering questions about Dwarf Fortress, and now we're just talking about how Dwarf Fortress is something, and I don't get it. I've lost the through line of this conversation and what we're discussing. And Dad's just putting wall of text, and I'm even more confused. I'm just like over here cutting off huge chunks of earth. Yeah, that's the important thing to remember is don't be racist about elves because you're just encouraging the 4chan shitheads. But that being said, if you want to kill the elves, go fucking kill all the elves. Just don't be a dick about it. That's basically it. You're probably not wrong, Joanna Knight. But that's just called history. History's fun of events like that. You can burn them all, just don't act like a racist human. I mean, in my honest opinion, the evilest faction in the game are the humans. Just because of their takes on murder. It's like, the goblins, they have legal murder. Murder's fine. Murder's fine. It's like, for them, it's just sport. But like, the humans are like, murder is fine if you don't get caught. Which makes it all covert and weird. Where did my Cinnabar go? And as far as learning DF goes, I'm not saying I'm not trying to convince you to learn the game or anything. You spend your time playing whatever games you enjoy. But Dwarf Fortress, the reason it's difficult to learn is because it's not like a normal video game. Normal video games like to hold your testicles and caress them and then gently walk you through every single mechanic in the game. Dwarf Fortress gives you a manual and says, read the fucking manual, and then goes home. And then you're sitting there with a big ass manual going, what the fuck? And then you have two options. You can read the fucking manual and play the game, or you can go install a different game. That'll give you a ball massage. Most people choose the ball massage. And frankly, I don't blame them. Because a ball massage is nice. But if you read the fucking manual, the rewards are aplenty. It's kind of like learning D&D for the first time, you know? You kind of need, like, someone who knows the game to kind of walk you through it, Or like learning it's or like playing any complicated board game the first time. It's like you kind of need somebody, or like a Q&A board, or a YouTube video or something to like help you get past that first few playthroughs, and then after that, then you start teaching other people how to play. Yeah, here, have a manual that'll teach you to massage your own balls. I like that. I don't know why I always go for the ball massage analogy. It's a dumb analogy, but I do. I just think it's funny, personally. My main issue with D&D is I have to acknowledge other humans exist. And then I usually have to leave my house. Usually at that point, I'm like, I don't want to play D&D anymore. You would have gone with Rubik's Cubes? You know, that's a pretty good analogy. That's a pretty good analogy. That's a much better analogy. I usually go with just, like, complicated board games, though. Because, like, I mean, have you ever tried to play Twilight Struggle? Jesus Christ. Like, that's a... Ugh. No. No. That's all I have to say about Twilight Struggles. No. I feel like there's up ramps along here, isn't there? Yeah, there is. I'm pretty sure. Do the humans have slavery? I know dwarves don't. And I know goblins do. You like it a bit more than D&D? I mean, D&D is almost like the Kleenex generic term for tabletop gaming, but yes. Fair enough. Pick your rule set. Pick your flavor, you know? So humans have slavery. Okay, so what's worse? Eating your enemy after battle for religious purposes, or slaves? Uh-oh. Something caved in. Is anybody dead? Nope. This is fine. Carry on. I've never actually played a tabletop RPG that I've enjoyed. There's a dwarf just shooting a... What are you? Blue peahen? And it's dead. I've never actually played any format of D&D or tabletop RPG that I've enjoyed. And I think it's a combination of the groups I've played with in the past and the rule sets. I've played several different versions of D&D, and I played a Pathfinder game once. And I've never enjoyed it. Gremlin from Air? Gremlin can still try. Gremlin from Air has extended to space, if you didn't know. Oh, no, I did. Well, there was one where we definitely did, but the rest of the group just wasn't interested in taking it seriously. Then there was one where we definitely didn't have a good game master. And then there was one where we had a good game master and the first session was great. And then the game master who was dating one of the people who was in our group at the time, they broke up, and then it all just fell apart. And yeah. So, I don't know. I've kind of given up on D&D, I'll be completely honest. It's always been such an unpleasant experience for me that it's just kind of left a sick taste in my mouth these days. I realize that a lot of people adore that stuff, and you know what? That's awesome. If you enjoy it, that's great. Oh, somebody's dead. Who died? Oh, no, not Udil. I don't even know who Udil is. Rip. Hopefully we have an extra coffin somewhere. We don't currently, but I can make more. It's the cost of doing constructions. Simply a workplace incident. It's very unfortunate. We will all mourn for the next 14 seconds, and then get back to work. Right, chat? So mourn for 14 seconds and then get back to work. I'm glad that you enjoy it. Curse metal. Glad that you have hobbies that you enjoy. I think for me, part of the problem is like, I really like dungeon crawlers, and dungeon crawlers feel a lot like playing D&D by yourself. And so for me, playing D&D with other people is also really fucking frustrating, because I don't want other people to have agency over what the fuck I do. Like, if I could play D&D in a format where I could just leave and just say fuck the party and then play by myself and be my own DM, I'd probably enjoy D&D a lot more. But having to play with other people is always just and slow and boring. But, you know, I'm also a party pooper, so don't let me take down your fun. Don't let me destroy your fun. In fact, I owe the existence of a lot of my favorite roguelikes to D&D. Because a lot of the people who went on to make roguelikes started off being DMs. Find it really easy to get into RPing a character in a single player game, but impossible in D&D. It's like, for me, if I really want to play D&D, Joanna Knight, I'm much more likely to just go play a CRPG or do a shit ton of runs of, like, Tome or install Angband. I feel like there is a world where I could really enjoy D&D, but I think like the biggest issue for me right now with D&D is, I think like maybe 3 or 4 times a week, maybe not a week, a month, I would say, I get asked to do D&D with my stream team. And I know how horrendously bad doing D&D on Twitch can be financially and business-wise. Like, it's a terrible thing to stream if that's not the only thing you stream. And so right now it would be really difficult for me to just quietly get into D&D in my spare time without people demanding that I stream it, which would immediately take all of the joy and fun out of it, even if there was any to begin with. And because I'm somebody who generally dislikes D&D from the get-go, I do not see it being an enjoyable experience for me. Okay, we've mined through all of our orthoclase. I need to figure out where the source of the lag is. Is something not pet passable? Is there a cat stuck somewhere? Actually, I think it's literally just this. Yeah, I think it's literally just all the channeling. Channeling hurts frames, which is fine. And you're the only viewer? Do they do anything else, or is that all they do? But I'll say this. If you have the time, commitment, and interest to play D&D, you definitely can learn DF. Because the human aspect of learning DF is... Or the human aspect of learning D&D to me is a way higher learning curve than learning DF. But maybe I'm just broken. That's all that they do, really? That's crazy. Jess, thanks for the host. And a revenant paladin on a spectral horse who rides around, fighting evildoers or some wacky stuff. And he's also got Alzheimer's, so he's a bit crazy. The one character that I did have a bit of fun with for that 1 or 2 sessions before, what's the word? Before the DM and person who one of the people we were playing with broke up, and then the group just fell apart after that. I had a wizard, a human wizard, who was minimum possible intelligence but maximum possible wisdom, so he couldn't even speak, but he could cast spells. And literally all he would do whenever we would go into town is he would sit cross-legged on the floor, give all of his money away, and bang rocks together because he was so stupid. But then he could cast magic spells, right? And one time I rolled a 20 banging rocks together and basically made a mini nuke go off. So, you know, that was kind of entertaining. But that campaign ended in so many balls of fire that it's the only actual good memory I have of that. Since we're all sharing stories of memorable moments of D&D, that's the only one that I have. It was just a funny 20 that I rolled. Actually, the game that I usually end up playing when I feel like playing D&D is Caves of Cud. That's usually the game that I end up playing when I feel like playing something like D&D. It's usually the one that I end up going to. Is there... What the fuck is that? There's just like stuff floating in midair. What the hell? That open space? Why is there tildes in open space? The hell? Dwarf Fortress, you drunk. I mean, actually that's a given, but... Dwarf Fortress, you drunker than usual. It's gotta be like water sitting there that I can't see because it's designated. It's gotta be what it is. It's bizarre. All right, there we go. I removed all the jobs and then suddenly the frame rate got fixed. I don't know what was canceling there, but something was mass canceling. Besides, these dwarves need a break anyway. After we're done digging this hole, they're gonna go take a break. Been working these poor dudes to the bone. Look at this shit. I just don't feel anything anymore. I mean, that's how I feel about DF combat, not gonna lie. Combat's like the least interesting part of it. Alright, well. I don't know about you guys, but this fort's looking pretty badass. I mean, seriously. Look at this. This is pretty badass. Now we just need to get it to the point where I can fill this pit up with lava. Which might take a while, because I don't have large amounts of access to magma-safe materials. Of this, in this world, Stone? I don't have access to that information. Because they are not close enough for me to tell you. Can't tell you. I mean, I could ask them to bring me tribute, but that might make them invade me. Most of the faction leaders in this faction, though, are goblins, though, which is interesting. For the humans, anyways. The humans are almost entirely run by goblins. I'm actually kind of curious about what the hell happened here. Because, like... Yeah, the pregnant realm, the humans, which are the pregnant realm, naturally, are almost entirely run by goblins. So, like, what the heck happened between them and these guys? That's something that I'm kind of curious about. What happened between the humans, which are these guys down here, and these guys up here, which I'm around? This is my faction over here. The nearest elves are all the way down here. Like, they're kind of like in their own territory down here in the far south. Half goblins? I don't know if they're really half goblins, but... But yeah, this whole pit I want to fill up with lava at some point. The problem is I need magma-safe materials. And how many... Well, I haven't found the magma sea yet, for one thing. I have 177 iron bars. We're getting there. Just of human culture and title. Oh yeah, that's another interesting thing for those of you who don't know a lot about Dwarf Fortress is there. I mean, so every race will have like a few ingrained things in them, like dwarves, like hold craftsmanship to be of the highest respect and such. But the way a character in DF acts is based on where they were raised and the faction that they grew up with, not like goblins are all evil, right? Goblins are all inherently cruel, but their morals are dictated by what faction they were raised in. So, have I ever played World of Warcraft? No, I haven't. But I'm pretty familiar with it because when I was younger, I watched a lot of World of Warcraft videos to keep up with the cool kids. Because I was a poor kid who couldn't play those games, but no, I've never played WoW. I've never been much into the Blizzard games. Actually, I played Brood War, StarCraft, but that's it. Anyway, but it doesn't actually matter where they come from. So you can have like a whole faction of humans run by elves that act like elves because they're run by elves. You could also have like a faction that's primarily goblins that is run by dwarves, and all of the goblins have the same like thoughts and desires and beliefs as dwarves generally, except the goblins are a little green or gray sometimes and are all inherently cruel. What's the name of the goblin leader of the non-goblins? The goblin leader of the humans? It's the Chamberlain is a drunk. The Chamberlain's I like this. The human Chamberlain is a drunk. That's literally his title, is a drunk. I like that Chamberlain. Shoutouts to Cowcool. Cawcool? That's great. Let's see, Royal Executioner, Head Chief. It's Head Chief, isn't it? I actually don't know what the goblin hierarchy is. Or the human hierarchy is, rather. Lawgiver? Is the lawgiver the person in charge? I always thought it was the chief. Housekeeper. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm assuming I'm wrong. They are drunk. I mean, aren't we all? I love that. That's great. It varies? Yeah. No, I mean, now you know. I think Stone's doing some archaeology on the world. We've only been invaded once today. Today's been a bit quieter. Also, the world map's a bit quieter, too. Maybe they're sensing our power growing. They're gonna freak out next time when we crank the population up to 220 and just start steamrolling. They're drunk on power? No, I'm pretty sure they're just drunk. It's really funny when you'll see like Chief Treasurer and then their job title is just criminal or thief. It's like, huh, yeah, this checks out. I'm always way too entertained by that stuff. The goblin? I mean, we've seen goblins with dwarven names before. But a goblin in charge of a human faction with a dwarven name? That's interesting. I mean, we are allied with them for whatever it's worth. And they always send the Keeper of the Seal to talk about how lovely our place is, right next to piles of goblin bodies. Yeah, no, I love the politics and big brain thinking of DF purely because Dwarf Fortress is the only game to attempt to accurately simulate capitalism to a point where it literally made the game unplayable because of how broken it ended up being. First off, which I think is genuinely hilarious. Also, it's a weirdly good simulation of multiculturalism. Like, an incredibly good simulation of it. Let's just let that water out. So, wait, hold on a second. It's a is that his real name? Like that goblin's given name? A dwarven name that was born before... So a goblin with a dwarven name that was born before World Gen started. That's cool. That's actually really cool. That's really, really cool. As the champion of the Lucid Syrups. Man, I want some Lucid Syrup. That sounds great. Bet you that's good in chamomile tea. How old is this fort? This fort is 11 years old. In-game years. We started in the year 550 and we're in the year 561. Probably about 20 hours I put into it now. Oh, is a dwarven civ. Do they still exist? Because I haven't gone looking. I can't remember. Because we're the Rag of Suns. That's our faction. Which was just too good of a name to pass up, frankly. We're just letting this water flow out. I'm draining all of these little pools because it stops stuff and like bodies from getting stuck in them. And then we can access them easier. So you know how I was literally just talking about how... hold on a second. How the heck did that goblin go then from being in charge of a dwarven civ before, like at the beginning of time, to then running a human civ in current time? Because that's how that career went. I think, like, regardless, it's safe to say that that goblin's had a good political career. Like, holy shit. That much is safe to say. That looks way too cool. It's a dwarven necromancer? Oh, we're run by a dwarven necromancer. Then hold on a second. Why? Oh, you're right. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, it's one of the few non-goblins on here. Well, I mean, necromancers do whatever the fuck. Like, literally, they do whatever they want. It's interesting, though. And I wonder, who made that tower? Hold on a second. Because there's a tower down here. It's like government. The Wayward Mobs. There's one over here. Which is the Orbs of Striking, who we're actually at war with. Interesting. Thanks for hanging out. Cheers. You have a good one, Senran. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna go up. I'm gonna go up for a few reasons, but although before we go up, I'm going to do this. There we go. Oh no. I need to be making helms. I'm just completely ignoring the mandates. I'm just way too into this construction work that I've been doing. Oh, shit. Well, a vile dank of forceness has arrived. I see a BB and a GG. 2 beak dogs and 2 goblins. Meaning I'm just going to pause the game and remove all this. All right, we will come back here later. Dwarves, get inside! Shut off all the job cancellations. Check the alcohol. Alcohol count good. Here come the goblins. It's the second invasion of today. The second invasion indeed. Welp, so what we're gonna do is we're going to let you run inside. And I think that's everybody. All right, let's just jump down to here. Fly up to the manager's and slash mayor's office. Well, actually, no, they're just the mayor's office. Pull that, which is the front door lever. And we will watch the door close, which should just do anytime this year. There we go. The doors are now shut, which is actually nice. The lower drawbridge worked this time, so my drawbridges now work correctly. So that's the locked down state of the fort. They can, however, get to this lower platform, but we're going to make that even more sealed. So now I have to go down to right below here. And we got some levers to pull. The first one is the drain lever. The second one is the entrance lever. And then the third one is the fire on the dance floor lever. And now we wait. Stone, did you witness this first fight? Because we're definitely pumping up the kill count of this deep abyss, the ungodly shadow. All right, so we are now open for drowning. That's a very small siege, good lord. Like a very small siege. I am so happy with how gaudy this fort looks. The funnel walls? What do you mean the funnel walls? What funnel walls? Funnel walls? I'm confused. What exactly do you mean by funnel wall? Get them over the bridge? Oh, I mean, it worked last time, so it'll work this time. It's just not super high priority. I was just sitting here going like, the fuck's a funnel wall? I'm imagining like a giant funnel with forgotten beasts in it. I'm just like, what even? I have a feeling our forgotten beast will get many snacks. Although it looks like this troll's up front. We're gonna have to go punch this troll to death before anything else. Government of the human and the pregnant realm assumed control of Burial Button in support of the Goblin Abbott and the human UCAP and the human Korod. Huh. It's a mix of goblins and humans. And then at some point a dwarf became in charge? This is their scout. They're not going to hear from this scout. Although I have to be careful to not make my soldiers run past our beastie. That is definitely not forgotten and absolutely remembered because we are very well aware of them. Alrighty, Torchy. Blast him. And if you don't, then we'll stab him. There's 2 more behind that we also will need to stab. Oh, it moved. It's poised, maybe? Come on. Get him! Blast him! Or don't. Fine. Uh-oh. Okay, one of them brought a book. Hope it was a good book. Okay, that's actually kind of a lot of trolls. Whoa, guys. This is not great. That's fine, we're winning. Just don't get blasted, okay? Alright, boys, back up. Looks like there's one more. Fortunately, books don't really get water damage, so. I think that's the last one. Here come the actual goblins, okay. This is a very small siege. Like, I'm actually almost kind of surprised that the, through bribery. Huh! That's interesting. I love that. Let's, just make this tile available, and hopefully someone comes and gets that book. I'd very much like to see that book get removed. Not that books get water damage, it's just... I don't want there to be any chance. Alright, those goblins are going to get fire blasted, I think. Gotta love some fire-roasted goblins in the morning. Looks like that's the last of the army down up here. It's a very small siege, geez. It'd be a major pity if they were already running out of stuff to siege me with. We could just, like, send my army in and just kill all these dudes. I don't even need to, I don't even need to fight them. I don't even need to drown them or use the big Utrapu. Alrighty, Flamey. Chat, what, we need a nickname for this Forgotten Beast. Because, you know, Deep Abyss, the Ungodly Shadow's a bit of a mouthful, so. I think, like, Flamey Dino, or the Fire Turret 9000, or, I don't know, something. Excellent. Now, is there anything behind them? I don't think so. Alright, well, I'm just going to pretend that that's it. Lock the doors, boys. Lock the doors. At least, lock their exit. We'll workshop that. Like, that's a good temporary idea, Dominoc, but I think we can do better. Like, what about Mike? Let's think about Mike for right now. What do you guys think of the nickname Mike? Alrighty, boy. Blast him. Fiery Bob, Flamey Bob. Flamey Bob, Bobby McFlamey. Bobby Fly. Let's call him Bobby Fries. Huh? I don't think Bobby's very impressed by this, considering it's like kind of ignoring these goblins. Flamo, that sounds like some sort of Drano knockoff. Flamo, more like flame now. Anybody want to come? Open the door. Close the door, I mean. All right, so now they're panicking. Lord of Roast. Pretend dragon. Wannabe draggy. Oh, there we go. All right, well, I mean, we're all locked in, so. Can totally just let the dwarves go do whatever now. We do need the funnel walls, yeah. Although, honestly, I'm just impressed that this is even working to begin with. Flame on, hot man. Yeah, exactly. We could call it bear grilled. Although, unfortunately, it's not a giant bear. Gotta love some charred beak dog, eh? Oh, they're coming back. Ooh, this is gonna be good. Look at that. Ooh. Whew. Hot stuff. Yeah, it doesn't quite have enough range to get all the way across, I think is the problem. I'll be completely honest, I kind of forgot to build a defensive funnel. I was too busy working on this. I was too busy working on the surface stuff. Now we just need another one on the other side that shoots webs. So it can web them and then blast them. I like my big dogs hot and toasty. Spicy or regular? That's the important question. Spicy or regular? Do they ever starve? No, they don't. They don't have food requirements. They do sometimes have children, though. I have had invaders make babies. All right. It's enough of our fire on the dance floor. This has been a efficient, fiery murder session, I think. I think it is time for us to open the whoosh cannon. Let the whoosh cannon flush it. Doop. God, that's not going to get old anytime soon. Hey, Hexwrench, how are you? What do you think of the Gurgle Cannon 9000? Poor Babs. It's their fault for invading me. It's probably the reason they're going to stop invading me pretty soon. All right. This is because, like, they're realizing that they stand no chance. This is the smallest siege they've sent me, actually, which I think is kind of hilarious. There's one invader left. Oh, and it's in the water. And now it's gone. Did I actually get all of them? Holy shit, I got all of them. Wow. I'm actually kind of shocked. I got the entire siege in one whoosh. And there's still a siege happening, apparently. I think that there deserves a round of beers. Something, no survivors. Let's turn off Zibigu Whoosh and turn on the drain. Don't seem so immortal now, indeed, yeah. And then the drain, where it gets pumped back in. Cheers for the 3 cheers. The dragon helped. The pretend dragon helped. Bobby Fry, who I think that's gonna be my name for him now. Bobby Fry. One whoosh, Craig. They call you. I don't know what that means, so I will simply smile and nod. You know, it's this kind of shit that actually made me feel that Timberborn is kind of boring. Bobby McFry, absolutely. Yeah, not fly, fry. Once again, a gigantic petrosaur with external ribs. That's pretty close to a dragon. And it has large mandibles, and it is ravening. Its clear scales are jagged and set far apart. Beware its fire! It's got a pretty effective flamer, too. Do I have the basement stuff shut? Oh, wait, shit, I do. I thought I opened this stuff back up, but I guess I didn't. Boop. But yeah, no, I'm pretty satisfied with how this whole fort's been playing out so far. Frame rate's good. The murder is good. We are very much in a position to become the Necromancer Tower of my dreams. So everything's pretty good. I think we're going to fly down here and open the outside back up. I love that the mayor's just getting lunch. What actually are you eating, Mayor, if I can ask? Crocodile meat. Cave crocodile meat, raw. Well, not the classiest of dishes. I think we need to get some better cooks up in here. Do I not have a kitchen? No, I do have a kitchen. What the hell? I think I need some chefs. Yes. So the first bit. That is the plan for this fortress. The plan for this fortress is to make this into a necromancer and annihilate as many of these goblins around us as possible, and ideally kill this tower, which is gonna kind of be our win condition, is kill this tower, which is currently causing a lot of chaos back in the motherland. Does Zalm have a malicing look? I'm just asking for clarity's sake. Or lock, not look. Damn it, I misread that. I did forge helmets for the mandate, I thought. No, we're making earrings. Redbeard, I hope you've been well. Thanks for the 11th month. Welcome back.
Cheers all.
Jack, can I get a round of beers for Redbeard? Keeping that subscription alive for an 11th month. Welcome back. Nope, I canceled the channeling that we are currently doing. The digging. Glad to hear things are improving, Redbeard. I've seen the occasional comment from you on the YouTube stuffs too, so it's good to see you around though. Yeah, we can make helmets and grow helmets. Both very important parts of dwarven life. And a dwarf's given birth to a girl. He's a former scout and a longtime spy under the name Kikros Glovecried, Monster Slayer. Huh. Who did they spy on? Aside from probably everybody. Spies are usually quite prolific. All right, let's just go via Orthoclase now. Because we've swapped to yellow. Who did the spies spy on? Probably somebody that was worth spying on. Also, I just realized I managed to cut all of my dwarves' access away from this fort. So you know what? I'm just going to make a tiny little custard apple wood access points so we can still get into the fort. Because I just realized that I made it impossible for the dwarves to actually get into the fort. Let's fix this problem. There you go. Now you can get into the fort. I, of course, could open the back door, but it's not finished draining yet. Looking good, Redbeard. Those dwarfs are ready for the dwarf tricks. And now we just need to build up to that. And that's going to be the entrance. This whole thing is going to be filled with lava at some point down here. And we'll just have this big old lava pool surrounding us. And this will have another layer underneath it, because I'm going to need to chisel out underneath this. And that's the fort, I think. At least that's the entrance to the fort. It's pretty badass looking, if you ask me. Muck hated. I too hate Muck. I mean, every spy has to retire. I will always miss Sean Connery, though. I love how the game still thinks there's a siege happening, but there's no enemies left. There's still the siege icon there, but everything's dead. How nice and modern. My jokes about underfloor heating aside, my aunt and uncle have floor heating in their bathroom, and it's like made me like I went in there once with no socks on, and ever since then it's been my life goal to get in-floor heating in a bathroom. Like that's when I'm truly successful, is when I have a bathroom with in-floor heating, because holy shit, that is such a nice luxury. It's so unnecessary, but my God, it's fucking opulent. It's wonderful. It's the most pointless, useless shit, but it's lovely. How romantic, Stone, that they met on the job. Or may have met on the job. Yeah, and then if I set this up correctly, we can set it so that if it's scary big bads attacking us that are undead, we can lava them. And if it's fleshy living baddies that are attacking us, then we can water them. One of those sounds way less threatening than the other one, but is equally as threatening, I swear. Oh, man. I'm out of Orthoclase. Shit. See if I can stretch my supply a little longer before I need to go do more mining. I mean, I'm going to have to dig more, but dwarves need a break every now and again. Dwarven mental health is pretty important, and they have to socialize sometimes. Is this a Mr. and Mrs. Smith situation? You know, low-key, that was actually an oddly entertaining movie, the remake. With Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie. That's like an actually okay movie. All right, let's see how the draining is going. Still very stanky. Do I have Stone Sense? I don't even have DF Hack installed. Why would I have Stone Sense? I'm like oddly. Of course I have senses, says Stone. But can you sense Stone? I mean, I could if I touched it. What's the significance of a Necromancer Tower? Necromancer Towers are... So, Necromancers often get expelled from society. And then they sneak off into the middle of nowheres, and then they recruit villains. And Necromancer Towers are basically their evil lairs. So it's like Sauron's Tower kind of deal. It's like, oh, they're the weird, like, kind of booted out of society peoples who have glowy eyes and appear to not age, and it creeps the other dwarves out or the humans out, and then they boot them out. And then when they get booted out, they then go and create towers. Yeah, I don't use DFX. I play the game completely vanilla, unless I'm using an overhaul mod, and then I use the overhaul mod. But I don't use DF Hack or Therapist because I find them to be clunky and kind of annoying. And they take a lot of the enjoyment out of the game for me. Some people like them. I don't. They live in need to be a tower to become a Necromancer Tower? So my fort can't become a Necromancer Tower because that update isn't finished. But in spirit, I can build a tower and call it a Necromancer Tower and then fill it up with Necromancers. But in the on world, like, Necromancer Towers are like 4 or 5 layer tall square buildings, sometimes with a bajillion zombies outside. Sometimes without anything outside. Sometimes they're pretty dead. But then the Necromancers proceed to just hang out with their villains and their scribes, and they write books about living in the tower alone or about weird things that they discover. I am not being kind to my frame rate with what I'm doing with Bathic right now. Let's give them a little bit more space. I mean, I always go back to the human queen necromancer lady who would get married 3 to 5 times a year and then plot to assassinate her husbands, res them from the dead, recruit them into her army, and then get married again. Sometimes she'd be married twice or have a lover and be plotting to murder her husband while she had a lover. It was kind of great, actually. That was one of my favorite stories to read because it just kept going. It was like 300 years of that shit, like 4 or 5 times a year, just like, and then occasionally she'd go compete in foot races. But usually it was like, just like get engaged, get married, stab person to death. You know, actually, I'll have you know, Clino, I'll have you know, this world, from eyeballing count, has 1, 2, 3 Necromancer Towers. So this world is not exactly a necro hellscape. This is actually a pretty, like, intended necro hellscape. Also, come on. I'll have you know, I think that this fortress is pretty. Sure, it's a big inconspicuous tower, but I think it's a pretty inconspicuous tower. Wait. I think it's gonna be a lovely. Like, necromancers all over will be jealous that they don't have my tower. I mean, look at this. Also, we don't even have a single necro in the fort yet. It's just a tower right now. How you doing, Clino? I hope thee are well. But yeah, I think that this tower has been pretty successful, at least thus far. We have an almost insta-murder drowning pool in the basement, complete with a wannabe dragon forgotten beast thingy, which is a a gigantic petrosaur with external ribs. He's cute. We call him Bobby McFry. And then down here is the the pumping that we're doing, which is happening slowly. I know you turn them off. I just try and generate worlds with not a ton of them because I like them as I'm kind of with you. I like them as like end boss. I don't really like them as all over the place showing up and hanging out in your tavern. It's a little weird. I miss back when I was like, ooh, there's necromancers there. Of course, they're not too hard to kill if you know what you're doing, but still. You kind of wonder what kind of person the first Holy Velvet was. Also, this world's kind of interesting, Clino, because we've discovered that, or Stone's discovered today, that the human faction's leader is a dwarven necromancer who was originally the leader of a dwarven civ at the beginning of time. And then, through bribery and cheating and lying, has slowly taken over the human civ, which is now allied with our civ, which is neat. Thanks, Cupo. This is the one that I'm actually happy with. Because chat says that we have in mood. Because chat says that it not only looks neat, but it kind of looks like it's got perspective, which I kind of did unintentionally. I just kind of was like fiddling around. I was like, I got Cinnabar and Orthoclase and Microcline. I can do something. And then chat's like, you made like a corridor. I was like, I made a what? And then I was like staring. I was like, huh. Needs a hotkey. It does. I don't like doing hotkeys. I don't know, because then I forget them, and then I really should. But yeah, and then this was me trying to make a spinning weapon trap. I don't know how well that turned out. Does it kind of look like a spinning weapon trap? Kind of looks like a spinning weapon trap. It's like 2 silver hammers cutting something, or like maybe 2 brass axes. I don't know. Road into a sunset. That's kind of what I was aiming for, was a road into a sunset, but some people say it looks like a hallway. I don't know. Then the other floor that I'm kind of happy with, but not super happy with, is... Or a bridge over river. Yeah, that works. Is this one? Which is my tavern and bedrooms and temple. Although that arm that I just dug out is going to be more bedrooms when I bring in more bedrooms. Threatened his father into joining a gang. Wow. All right. We a crime drama now? I don't know what it is. I just started making shapes, and then I just kind of kept making shapes. So I don't know what it is. It's whatever you want it to be, really. Someone said it looks like a face with a weird nose ring, but I don't know. I don't know what it's supposed to be. I just made shapes. Oh yeah, well that was a complete accident. I did not intend to make my water basin look like a mandolin, but it just kind of happened. Now I kind of have a mandolin. Although with a weird ball at the end. I know it is making an artifact. What it? What'd you make? Cave spider silk, table cup morions, wood logs, Rough ruba cells, mango wood logs, pomelo wood logs, cassowary bone, diorite, microcline. Alright, it'll be something. Like a tankard? What's a tankard? I don't know, to me it looks like a mandolin. But, I don't know. Just because the body ended up looking like a mandolin. That was a complete mistake, though. Chat was like, you made a guitar! And I was like, I made a what now? I was just, again, making weird shapes, but... It does kind of look like a bridge crossing a river. Because, like, the orange kind of looks like a sandbank. I don't know. Anyway, we're eventually going to fill this up with lava. So I'm just kind of, like, digging and building these little ramps. Eventually I'll fill the whole thing up with lava. Enjoyed sports but never won. I feel that as a Vancouverite. Please tell me I have enough of this. Yay! I have to dig more up, but just kind of want to finish this. Just in case traders arrive, and I want to actually be able to trade with them. But yeah, if you like seeing art in Dwarf Fortress, you should follow Cupo. Because he makes actually cool looking stuff. I generally just kind of make weird shapes and circles and stuff. But if you want to see somebody who's quite literally a wizard, forts are hypnotic. I don't know what you mean by tankard. Like what is a tankard? That's the problem that I'm missing, is I don't know what a tankard is. And not the connecting arms. So like the lower level, well, actually that would just be the upper level of the... It's a mug type thing? Oh, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, it does kind of look like if this, like it does kind of look like a big stein with a handle. Like, you know, like those barrel mugs. It kind of does look like that. It kind of does. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Huh. Yeah, no, I see it. I see it. It's like, yeah, I see it. I see it. But, you know. There's even an arm with fingers. Yeah, I mean, like, if you think about it that way, it does kind of look like someone holding a mug like this, kind of. With a weird perspective, but that wasn't intentional. At all. Not even remotely. Einod, the engraver, has created Gismerlilum Nothath Gembish Lycot. Another mug. This is like my 5th artifact mug. A microcline mug, and he offers it to the Reigns of Terror. All right, well. It's worth 37,200. The what now? Umbria hoists the Devourer seals of ink. Of ink? What? Link? L? Is that an I? I-N-K-I? Inky? What? All right. This is a microcline mug. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of round diorite cabochons, mango wood, and I can't read. Mango wood, rambutan wood, and cave spider silk. This object menaces with spikes of diorite, pomelo wood, and rubicel and morion. On the item is an image of Isbu, spell poisons, the goblin, and talk prophets. That's the goblin that's in my walls. And talk prophets, the giant dingo in microcline. Talk prophets is striking down, is striking down spell poisons. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Isbu, spell poisons, by the giant dingo talk prophets in the North Jungle in 162. On the item is an image of a flounder and cassowary bone. Now I need to check something. Hold on. Wasn't that what your actual name though was? Talk prophets? No, Malice Change was your name. Same name, but. Don't eat seals? Wait, what? Why are we eating seals? Also, I'm so used to the stress of dwarves in the one version behind in Long Death. When I play this version, it's like, oh my god, these dwarves are like mentally invincible. Like, I've got one depressed dwarf, and like, they're just slightly depressed. Yeah, we've cleaned up after like 8 sieges. 8 or 9 sieges now. I just don't know what to do with this big ass platform. Like, I just kind of made it, and now I don't know what to do with it. I don't really have any purpose for it. Did those get canceled? No, they did. Why? Please build those. Do I actually need to make supports? No. Am I? Yes. I mean, I did drown 8 dwarves in a pump stack yesterday, so I don't know if you should give me too much credit. Does it need to have a purpose? I mean, it can just look pretty. I was kind of thinking about putting catapults on it for fun, but maybe not actually using them. What, seals? That was a freak accident? I mean, definitely, but also, doesn't make it any less awkward. Also, this weird doohickey out here has our guinea cock who spots were creatures for us if we're not on the surface. Oh, not that kind of seal. At least, I mean, maybe that kind of seal. I was thinking seal as in like keeper of the seal or like sealing a letter. Like that kind of seal. But yeah, the Werepanda poet just lives in a wall here. It's kind of like our mascot. He just hangs out. It's fine. If you get sent to prison in this fortress, you kind of have to listen to him scream sometimes. It's a bit of a pain. Childhood, became an animal dissector and was caught up in the early 40s. Lost a foot race, family tradition. Made lover, gave up on animal dissection. I mean, I would have to too if I had ended up with a lover. I mean, who wants to date an animal dissector? Disgusting. It's like dating a fisher dwarf. Argued the position of lord and excavated into existence, and then took a job, got in a fight under popular support, and made the position of baron. Took the job and made a few noble positions because that's expected. Well, I mean, seems like a productive dwarf. I'm assuming you're talking about a dwarf. Entrance can use some ominous statues. Ooh. How much rose gold do I have? Would help if I knew what menu I was looking for. Not much, I don't think. I do have a decent amount of platinum. I got 22 rose gold. Hold on. Gotta look something up. Curious. I don't see a king. Huh. See, outpost liaison general. Baroness, baron, 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 baroness, baron, baron. I don't see a queen or a king. I mean, wouldn't you build a lover if you could? As they say in robots, building the baby's the fun part. for DF music projects, but there's a DF theme remaster up on Reddit right now that's actually pretty cool. Really? Ooh, I'll have to take a peek. I'm actually like just really excited for that Steam soundtrack. Because every time I hear it, I like it more. You like the harmonics? I mean, I'll probably see it later. I haven't really been on the subreddit much today, but I'll DM you once I get a chance to listen to it. That is weird. I was thinking about like making the statues of my king, but maybe I'll do the general. Mafful. G-U-L-K. When it's done. That, Calthor? When it's done.
This is madness! Madness.
Ahoy, Hobo. Why were you on a racetrack? Or, I mean, parking lot. Yeet. Why were you in a parking lot that's also a racetrack? It's like, there's lots of estimations on when the Steam version of DF is going to come out, and they're probably pretty accurate, but, like, also, what's the point? In estimating, really. All it's going to do is disappoint people when the date slips again. It's like, I'm generally kind of an optimist when it comes to release dates about the games like that, and it's like, even I'm, like, at a point now where I'm just like, you know what? Fucking, it's out when it's out. Shut up. So I don't know. I don't know. When it's done. Oh, right, yeah, you're watching the footsie today. Gotcha. I hope the footsie was good. I hope the nap was, baseball was good. Hockey next Saturday, good shit. Ginger rebooked at a bigger venue. So I still get to see Ginger, but at a bigger venue. So, we'll see. If that actually happens. Every other concert I bought tickets for this month has been canceled because people are stupid. So I'm supposed to go to Vancouver Island this weekend, but I read a news article yesterday about how somebody delayed one of the ferries for going over to the island by 2 hours because they refused to put a mask on. So, you know. That's all I have to say. Round of applause for human stupidity. All right, let's get these deconstructed. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed the balls of foot. To all the sports shit. I mean, you gotta spend time with family when they come visit. Alrighty, well. This is one of the better fort entrances I think I've made. If not the best. It's up there. Certainly up there. And this is going to cause cave-ins. I can tell you right now. Let's see how this goes. Was an ugly American on vacation? No, there's a surprisingly large number of asinine fucks in Vancouver, so. That are causing enough trouble in their own city. I mean, part of the reason I was like kind of down this morning, although you weren't here this morning, is like all of the news on the radio today has been Vancouver quite literally harassing itself with false bomb threats over the so-called ridiculous requirements of please wear a mask when in public spaces indoors and have be vaccinated to go inside cramped public spaces. I said that would cause a cave-in. It's fine. No one got injured. Just a few dwarves got winded. Come on, guys, you're fine. Get back to it. So, you know, it's frustrating. It's actually been awful to kind of see just how obnoxious people in my city have been. So there's been some pretty choice photos as well that have shown up online of anti-vaxxers and anti-maskers protesting. There's some pretty good, terrible photos of people being stupid. But, you know. There we go. Only one cave-in. That's not bad. Where's the edge of that? Oh, that's actually fine. Someone asked that like 4 minutes ago, Moms, and I have no idea when it's done, probably. And then that's gonna cave in. You okay there? Your neck is bruised? Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, I know. I saw the follow pop-up. Thanks, by the way. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, that's just a bruise. They'll be fine. Oh, come on. Again? What caved in that time? That time I don't even know. Well, I mean, we're done with all of it, so they'll all walk it off. But yeah, I don't have any more information than anybody else does. It's like, I think people will get the impression because I pay attention to all of the posts that I have like secret insider info or something. I really don't. Like, I literally, for the YouTube videos that I do, I get the, if I'm lucky, I'll get the screenshots like maybe 10 minutes before they go out. So I'll have like a slight head start on doing those videos. And I don't I don't have any access to any information that nobody else has. So I think the posts from Mr. _Crabman estimating the release date is probably the most accurate thing still. And Tarn seems to be on route from that, but you know, who knows? I mean, I will just go with what Tarn said, and that's what I've been going with, Clino, which is Tarn said he would like to have it out by the end of this year, but that probably won't happen. So it'll probably be out sometime early next year, hopefully, unless big slowdowns happen. And currently they're on, and as he said to me, they're currently on pace to have it out early next year, but unexpected things can happen considering there is still a pandemic and all. So, I mean, they were kind of like forcibly told that they had to move in July, which wasn't really expected, and that was kind of out of nowhere, so it's like, you know, who knows? You always get like 20 to 30 idlers. Having idlers isn't a bad thing. In fact, dwarves need to idle. I have a question. Do you ever make like a tavern and like a library and guild halls and places for them to gather and socialize? Because if you have a lot of idlers, that might just mean that you don't have spaces for them to perform recreational activities. Because dwarves need to idle. Dwarves need to take breaks. They're not just drones. I know some people like to play them as drones, but they need social lives. They need friends. They need families. They need to hang around people that they know and like being around. They're kind of a lot like people in that they do need social time. So having idlers actually just doesn't mean that they're not doing anything. Having an idler just means that they're going from one place to another place. You see, Dwarf Fortress shouldn't be compared with RimWorld. RimWorld is a completely different game to Dwarf Fortress. RimWorld is a min-maxing tower defense game. Dwarf Fortress is a world simulation, right? So, like, you can min-max DF, but it's not really played optimally that way. If you have a couple idlers, it just means they're going from one job to another, or they're trying to socialize, right? So if you're not making a tavern, see all these dwarves with these green words? Like socialize, watching engraving, demonstration, praying. This dwarf is in a temple. This dwarf is leading a demonstration in a guild hall. These are all activities that dwarves need to do in order to stay happy. But if you don't have guild halls and don't have a tavern and you don't have a library and you don't have any of those other recreational activities, the dwarves will just sit there with no job because they're trying to go socialize or they're trying to go do other things. If they're just doing manual labor all the time, their moods will eventually degrade because they need to go spend time with family. They need to go meet friends. They need to go hang out with people. They need to go eat lunch. They need to do other things. That isn't just, build your fortress. I mean, obviously they'll spend a lot of time building your fortress and they'll spend months and weeks on end building your fortress, but they need a break. They need to blow off steam. They need to go party and tell poetry and sing. You never build temples? I'm so sorry for your poor dwarves. Literally, all you need to do for a temple is just 2x2, meeting place, add, assign location, add location, temple, press enter. That's all that you need to do, and it'll keep them perfectly happy. Quite literally, that's all that they need. You don't need to do anything fancy with a temple. You don't actually need to build anything. You just need to give them that so they can go pray. No, I'm sorry for your dwarves, not you. I feel bad for the poor little critters that you are the horrible dictator over. Not you. You can be the biggest twit on earth, and I don't care. I feel bad for the dwarves that you're governing. Take better care of them. Jesus. They have feelings. What kind of monster are you? It's just like when people are like, oh, my dwarves died last winter. Oh, no, what happened? They ran out of water. You were giving them water? It's like that kind of thing. That's a big burden off your shoulders. You've been trying to micromanage it. Don't try to micromanage it. I mean, you can micromanage Dwarf Fortress, but make them a tavern, make them a temple, and make them a guild hall as they ask for them. Make them guild halls as they ask for them. Worry more about, think about what you would want as a laborer or a worker in a working environment, and try and give your dwarves that, and they'll be much happier and much more efficient. So if they have a tavern to go drink in, they'll be quite a lot happier. If they have a library to go read books in, if you've bought some books or stolen some books, they'll be a lot happier. If they have crafting guilds to teach each other their crafts or masonry or things that they've learned over the years, they'll be a lot happier. If if you get take advantage of the zone tool, which is just the I key on the keyboard, build zones, meeting zone, assign location, add temple, make a tavern, and a library, 3 separate zones, put a couple tables and chairs in each of them, put some food in the tavern, and they will be quite happy. That's literally all you need to do, and that'll fix your idler's problem. And also just having, Tarn's talked about, removing the idler tick from in the first place because people think it's a bad thing. It's not. It just means they're going from one job to another. Is this a rally for AI rights? Ironically, I'm pro AI rights because I don't want them to think badly of us when they take over inevitably. So, yes, give the AI rights. I don't know. I'm just rambling. I get attached to my dwarves. I feel bad when I see people just torturing them because they have feelings. Dwarf Fortress is the only game I've ever played in my entire life. Artificial rights? I mean, that's basically human rights currently. Honestly, Dwarf Fortress is the only game I've ever played where if somebody like if someone were to turn around and be like, like they've actually gained sentience, I would like not hesitate to disagree. I'm with you, Clino. I don't want my brain put into a computer, but if the AI wants to take over, it can't be worse than Bezos. No. The dwarves are going numb on goblins that we drowned. Okay? And I'll have you know, look at how happy this dwarf is. Delighted watching a performance. And within the last season was interested after seeing a completely sublime bridge and felt satisfied at work. Was satisfied remembering teaching engraving. Funness after remembering making a friend and felt satisfied at work. Was a little lonely after being away from the loved one, but look at this one, Mesbuth. Is euphoric due to inebriation, blissful after remembering sleeping in a very good bedroom, and enraptured after communing with Anne. Anne? The fuck is that? Anne is a deity of the Rag of Suns. It most often takes the form of a female bumblebee. That is amazing. We have a bumblebee god. Chat, we have a bee god. This is the best faction ever created. We have a bumblebee god. That's it. I'm making a bee temple full of bees. That is awesome. We have a bumblebee god. That's adorable. I'm way too happy about this. I have no idea, Arch. I have no idea. You tell me. How do you pronounce A with a doohickey? I mean, we need to make like a honeycomb floor or something. But muckin' mountains. I mean, isn't a mucky mountain just kind of a beehive? Sort of. Sort of? Am I stretching with this? Hexagon is bestagon? You're not wrong. Means clod. Clod. What's a clod? I know the name Claudius. I don't know what the word clod means, though. Can we name that dwarf bee? No, because actually here's something I should look up. How popular is that god? Meeting, no. Meeting, assign location, add temple. 4 worshippers. Not a very popular god. Not a very popular god. I have a god of games? Right, and then there's inspiration, poetry, persuasion, speech, and murder is a very popular god. The god of gambling. This is the Activision god. The god of love, victory, war, and chaos. Very popular. The god of fortresses is also pretty... Whoa! Zas. Very popular. God of cobalt. The whiskered. Death, suicide, and nature. Yep, sounds about right. All right, well, let's remove that. And murder. Yeah, of course. Canis is the deity of the Rag of Suns, takes the form of a male dwarf, and is associated with chaos, war, victory, and love. What do you worship? You also worship Canis. Male dwarf is associated with earth. Kubal the Flaxen is a deity of the factional mechanisms. Kubal most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with generosity and the dawn. It's a different one. What do you worship? Nothing. Well, okay. What does Ral worship? Jewels and wealth. Takes the form of a female dwarf. What about your husband? Id. Oh, this is the deity of games. It's a deity of the rank of sons. Corset most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with games. That's boring. Then, of course, there's a deity named Tosid, not to be confused with Tosid. But this one also is named Tosid. Tosid, the deity of the rank of sons, most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with fortresses. And we have a dwarf named Tosid, because he made an artifact and named it after himself. Tosid. Anyway. Yeah, deities in DF can be fun. But yeah, no, if you're playing DF and like running into problems that are caused by things that you would normally do in RimWorld, it's best to just try and do things differently, because RimWorld, inspirations aside, is a very different game to Dwarf Fortress. It is very, like, it's starkly different. It's an exceptionally different game. So, just, I guess, keep that in mind when you're doing DF things, or trying to learn DF and trying to play it like Rim. Because Rim's a great game, it's just different. Not if I don't remove them all. I'm not removing them all. I've still got some ramps up top. Yeah, I've got a few ramps around still. Plenty. I mean, they could trap them in the pit, theoretically. Let's make a shit ton of charcoal. There's also a lot of sand. I think what we're gonna end up doing is making stuff out of glass. That's probably what we're gonna end up doing. Speaking of dwarves, what are you guys up to? A lot of dwarves hanging out in my my guild halls. But the actual tavern itself seems to be popping still. Temples are also quite busy. There's the one depressed dwarf in the fortress, which is Stinthad, who has been very sad after having trauma, but wants to practice a martial art. Maybe. You know what? Fuck it. Let's put you in a squad. Let you guys train up a little bit. If you want to practice a martial art, maybe it'll help you. Maybe your past traumas will subside once you've trained for a bit. Let's also put all of these extra coffers in. So I've got quite a few beds that haven't even been built yet. So thus I've got a bunch of dwarves that have nowhere to put their clothes. Or maybe not a bunch, but I got a handful. But yeah, no. You're feeling the urge to come back to DF? The important question is, why on earth did you ever leave? I mean, come back, build a fort, go play something else for 6 months, you know? It's a pretty good way to play DF. Play a fort until it dies and enjoy some time and then take a break and do it again. It's a pretty pleasantly replayable game like that. Very satisfied with this fortress. Obviously, it's still got a ways to go, but... Then you pause for some time to recharge. I get you. It's an exceptional rose gold statue of Mathal controlled brass. The item is an exceptionally designed image of Mathal controlled brass. The dwarf and dwarves in rose gold by Id. Mathal controlled brass is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Mathal controlled brass to the position of general of the Rag of Suns in the year 485. It's a good image. That is indeed a good image. I mean, you know, the main progress that we made today, we made this fortress have a hell of an entrance. That's for sure. Because all of this entrance stuff was done today. Well, I mean, we had the tower up to there, basically. But we did all of that and all of this. Oh, no, the corpses are still down there. I was just going to kind of leave them there until the next siege happens. Because, like, there isn't really that many of them down there. But, I mean, we could. We're giving it a break until it launched on Steam, but that's taking a while. I mean, I think based on where Tarn is approximately right now, I would say you probably could pretty safe. God, that drawbridge is dangerous. You pretty safely could go back, play for like, I want to say, you could probably go back, do a fort or two, and then you'd probably have a pretty safe 5-6 months. Yeah, at least, yeah, we've got to upgrade the fire turret. I have a way of doing that too. I've planned how I'm going to do it. Well. Now they quite literally need to walk past it once I put this in. I always feel content after dwarf forting. There's a reason I play this game so much. The dwarves are pretty busy right now. Is this door locked? No. Here they come. Can also go down here, and I can shut this off. Because I really don't need those pumps to be running right now. Yeah, see, they don't seem to mind. They get used to it. They get used to it. Man, I think our beastie here of the forgotten variety is hearing the dwarves scampering around, and it's perplexing him. There we go. Just get those deconstructed. That's, I think, our -- 1 priority right now. So now, instead of going up, now instead of going down, up, and over to the right, they now go in on the top, down, across our flamey friend, and then I can make them go back up to here, and then across. And walk past it a couple of times. So there's now much space for our flamey friend to do lots of blasting. I don't know if they'll ever be able to, like, you know, take out an entire... I don't know if it'll ever be able to take out a whole army by itself or anything crazy, but you're going to bed. Alrighty, Stone. Thanks for doing all the archaeology. I'm not too sure how much longer I'll be on, because I didn't sleep very well last night. Although tomorrow, for those of you who normally look for my streams in the morning, one thing I will say is I will be playing some StarCraft custom games via free-to-play StarCraft with my teammate Evil Trick on his stream tomorrow. So there will be a post in the morning about that when that goes live on the Discord. So keep an eye out for that. It's worth noting. I'm sure that'll be a bit of fun. There's too much shit to haul right now. What are you even going for? Jeez. Let's see how my most recent recruit, Stinthad, is doing. Seems to be pretty happy so far. Got gauntlets, a shield. The problem is I'm doing too much stuff with wood right now, so there's a lot of, like, wood getting hauled. Let's just cancel that. Let the beds get finished, though. This almost looks like a weird smiley. That's not the intent, though. My neighbor's doing the maniacal laughing thing again, and it's annoying. The neighbor right above me just has this the most psychotic laugh I've ever heard, and she laughs a lot. It's like, it's the weirdest thing I've ever had, as far as complaints go about a neighbor, tenant neighbor, where it's just like, she laughs so much. I just wish she'd shut up. Like, I don't know how else to say it, because that's literally all she's doing. She's just cackling all the time, and it never stops. She never shuts up. It's like every 20, 30 minutes from like the beginning of the day until well into the night. She's got to have she's got to be someone's sugar baby, and she's got a tickling fetish or something, because like it's the weirdest laugh. I think in reality she's probably just sitting there and just watching Friends all day, or like The Office or something. I don't know, but it perplexes the hell out of me. I've never had a neighbor that's laughed this much. Like, I'm starting to think that I'm just the loud one, and people are just like, yeah, that dude's just got his window open and like nattering at himself all day. But like, I don't know. It hurts my brain a little bit, because I'm like, what is so funny? Why are you laughing all the time? I just don't know, man. Monsters have been hunted. Successful hunts have been monstered. Congrats. What did you do with your glorious harvestings of the bits and pieces of Rathaloses and Drathaloses and Bathaloses? And I know a lot about Monster Hunter. Did the cats make you food? Was it delicious looking? Did you get hungry and then immediately go and get chips? Because that's also my experience with Monster Hunter. As the cats make you food, it's delicious looking, and then you go get chips. Can you fish through fortifications? No. It's about time for us to do some more mining and harvesting of pretty colored stones. You really hope that your neighbors don't hear you when you're playing D&D. Well, I mean, if you ever hear banging on the wall or floor or ceiling going, nerd, you know they can hear you. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty... It's funny. I'm the guy with 1 meter speakers and a subwoofer. I've got 2 1-meter tall speakers and a subwoofer, and I'm very careful about not getting noise complaints, because I know that if I'm going to get noise complaints, then like I'm the first person people are going to point at, because my neighbors do know that I play a lot of music. But alrighty, like I said, I'm not sure how much longer I'll be on. I'm really fucking tired today. I'm just kind of putting finishing touches on this. I'm just way too satisfied by this whole entrance. The problem is like, I need all this wood to be finished being gathered. Also, the fort's been kind of quiet ever since we killed the 2 forgotten beasts and the 2 sieges and the were creature. Although we didn't actually kill the were creature. We just kited him back and forth and then catapulted him up into the air with my bridge, which I'm still very proud of. Broke his leg, and then he crawled off the map. Dumbass. Stupid animal. Beast critter. Yeah, it looks like they're just hauling wood inside, and once they're done hauling wood, then they'll go deal with those bodies. I think I'm going to try and go all the way around the edge of this. Maybe even on both sides with microcline. I think I'm gonna try and do that. Just because I think it would look nice. And I think it'd be a bit fun. Bit of fun. I am like low energy today. Low as hell energy. Although on the bright side, I don't need to go over to my parents' house tonight. I don't need to do that until Tuesday. My mom and dad are feeling a little bit under the weather, which is spooky, but feeling a little bit under the weather, so I shouldn't go visit them. So we're giving it until Tuesday. We'll see you later, Dominoc. Yeah, I think we'll give her another 10 minutes. We'll just go up to the 8-hour mark on the stream and then we'll call it. Because like, I'm just like I said, I'm low energy today. Not a bad stream though. Hope everybody's had a good stream today. I'm so fucking happy that you're not making me make more toy axes, you stupid mayor. I don't generally get annoyed by mayors and their demands, but man, toy axes, come on. Specific toys are such a pain. It's like, stop asking me to make specific toys. That's just mean. Yeah, my parents are both fully vaccinated. My mom runs a school for little kids. So, mild colds are a thing that they my parents pretty annually get. So I don't think it's anything serious. I mean, the way my mom said it is like, we both have a sniffle, so this is what it is. Also, I hope your mom's okay. ICU and stable, I hope. Shit's terrifying. Stay healthy out there, kids. It's kind of like, you know, I'm going on vacation pretty soon, but still taking like way more precautions than I probably need to. Oh. That's new. The humans have come. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. Well, that means humans have arrived, but humans from where? Oh. Would you look at that? How the heck did that happen? We're at war with the pregnant realm. I wonder what we did to upset them. I'm a little bit perplexed by this, actually. Huh. How many of them are there, though? That's the important question. How many of them are there? Because that looks like a really small invasion force. I'm just gonna put that. That looks like that's a real small army. I'm not gonna get too cocky, but I think we can win this. Chat, it's time to gut some tall people. Because they decided to invade us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 capital U's. It is raining. I think it is time for our glorious fortress to go and beat the crap out of some tall people. I don't actually know what we did to piss them off. Maybe it was that failed trade because a bird scared them away, but that seems a bit extensive. No, not the you. All right, chase them, dwarves. They're shooting arrows at us. Who's up first? Arath, the wrestler, who is equipped with a bronze maul. Or who's coming at a human who's equipped with a bronze maul. And meanwhile, our wrestler here is equipped with an iron shield and has an iron arrow stuck in their lower body. Well, that's not good. All right, well, you're no longer in first. It's now Yushat who is in first, who is equipped with a iron shield and a silver warhammer. Excellent. Bonk. That's what I like to see. That's 1 down, 2 down. Hammer time, I see. Turning around, taking out that first one. Yeah, no, a bird scared them away from a trade. Oh, kill that lasher. And then there's the last one. I think that Yushat gets a nickname. MC Hammer. UH Hammer. And the last one. How many kills did you just get? 6! Literally killed 6. Hell yeah. How many are left? None. Good. Good riddance. Well, we are now at war with dwarves and humans. I was planning on going to war with the humans eventually, but them invading me, that's a twist that I wasn't expecting. That is indeed a twist I was not expecting. And we did indeed hammer them in time. It's strange because they kept on sending their Goblin Diplomat to come congratulate us on the fine place that we carved out for us. Carved out for ourselves. I wonder what happened. Oh no, diagnosed patient. Somebody got injured. Looks like 2 of our dwarves got injured. His lower body is cut open and his guts is fractured. His guts is fractured! Oh no, what shall we do? His right kidney is fractured. Lower body is cut open and his spleen is fractured. All right, well. Overall, not bad, but it's okay. We have a pretty good medical system. We even have casts. Doing stitches. Get him, Doc. How do you feel about your job currently? Satisfied at work. Giving the wound a pretty dress. What are we fighting with? A cassowary. All right. Yeah, that is strange. I do wonder what caused that war. I do definitely wonder what indeed caused that war. Very strange. But we're now at war with them, so that happened. You know what I think that we can really quickly do? What do you say? You go steal some of their books. Just sending out my militia real quick to go steal some books and come back. Be a real quick trip. See you guys in 5. Run, my dwarfs. Hopefully they don't find any spooky books, but maybe they... I mean, here's the thing, right? They're run by a necromancer who's a dwarf. Maybe they sense me as a threat. Maybe that's what's happening. They're actually just a bunch of flying hypocrites. That's what they actually are. They're just a bunch of absolute fucking hypocrites. I don't know what a hypocrite is, but they are that. Necromancers are stupidly overpowered and incredibly easy and kind of boring, which is why I'm taking my time to get to that point. But they're nowhere near as unplayable as vampire forts. Vampire forts are actually kind of unplayable. You should never build a vampire fort. Necromancers are very strong, though. You know what? Let's actually just put this on this. And wheelbarrows on this. If I put wheelbarrows on both of those, that'll completely change the speed at which they can haul stuff. Then there's only 3 dwarves hauling per, instead of like everybody. And there they go. I'm gonna go do that instead. But yeah, no, necromancers can make intelligent undead, which basically just make your dwarves super useful, infinitely stronger, and also sometimes they get special powers. So yeah, you can do a lot with necromancers. The issue with necromancers is they tend to get pouty and whiny because they don't get to drink, and if they're dwarves, then they get sad because they're not allowed to drink. But because of the mood changes, they just deal with it. Quite literally, they just kind of deal with it. We're gonna go explore Lie Shades. I like how my militia commander has killed a bunch of birds. It's like that's your murder expertise, is a bunch of birds. Are you really going back to get provisions? Come on. I mean, you can, but that doesn't make it fun or easy to manage, Arch. It's like, yes, there are ways that you can force them to do things. Doesn't make it pleasant or fun. Like you can do the same thing with vampires, right? Like you can force them to drink alcohol, and you can like trick them into eating food, and you can like force them into places where they have friends and like don't get depressed, but like you also have to you have to follow them around and lock every single dwarf bedroom door. Whenever a dwarf falls asleep, you have to lock their bedroom door until they wake up and remember to unlock it so that they don't starve to death. Like, yes, there are ways you can manage those forts. It's not a fun or pleasant experience. It's just time-consuming, complicated, finicky, and annoying. So, that's my take on that. I forgot about and too. I'm not gonna lie. I shouldn't pull too, though, because it could kill my Forgotten Beast. Well, it's not that it's boring, it's just... For me, like, Dwarf Fortress is a game about telling your own story, right? So if you want it to end falling into chaos in war, I mean, currently we're heading in that direction right now, right? If you want it to end in chaos and war by becoming a necromancer tower and then eventually going to war with everybody and filling up the map with undead, if that's what you want to do, sure, go about doing that. But just realize that maybe that climax is something that you want to have happen at the end. It might not be the most interesting thing to have happen at the beginning, if that makes any sense. Let's just gather fallen fruit, because there's fruit everywhere. Get off the map! What's my favorite Pop-Tart? I don't believe I've ever had a Pop-Tart. And I don't plan to start. You're also asking a type 1 diabetic what his favorite sugary sweet food is? Not sugary or sweet food. Bellinaire, thanks for the raid! How's your stream? To be honest, I was going to raid you soon. But what's up, man? Are there burbs? Ah, fuck. Kind of. What's fun? How's Avorion treating you? How was your first sesh? And did you see Diamond's many propaganda signs? All right, how did our raid go? Force against the the forces of Reigns of Terror. Stole a bunch of books. No, I don't want you to ever send me a Pop-Tart because I don't... Okay, there's 3 things in my life that I've learned that I really hate. Fast food, it's the first thing I really hate. Sugary sweet foods, and frozen foods. So I would prefer that you never send me Pop-Tarts. If you would like to send me Pop-Tarts, though, you can send me money for the amount that you would spend on Pop-Tarts, and I'll spend it on food that's actually healthy and tasty and good for me. Because my body is doing its best falling apart. I don't need to speed up that process by filling it with trash. But I'm glad that you enjoyed your session. No jumping out of stream? I'm not trying to jump out of stream. Why would you jump out of stream? But Infinity, I hope you're doing well. We just got invaded by the humans. Bellinaire, check out this fort. You might be proud of it. I don't know. This is my entryway, and this is my very gaudy other entryway. I've got like this kind of long walkway over a big hole in the ground that leads to the top of a tower that then immediately just turns into like a pile of dirt. So like, you know, one thing at a time. We're making it nicer, but oh, you're about to jump out of Bellstream? Oh, I gotcha. He just decides to raid you. Oh, I gotcha. Pop-Tart money.
Pop-Tart money.
Will not actually be spent on Pop-Tarts. Thank you very much for the Pop-Tart money. Cheers for the Pop-Tart fund that I will definitely spend on Pop-Tarts. I'm also like not even joking when I'm pretty sure I've never actually had a Pop-Tart in my entire life. But thanks for the $10. Cheers. You know what's kind of hilarious? Hold on, math. You just tripled today's revenue. Thank you. Cheers. Actually, I don't know how many behind the scenes resubs there were, so. Today's been quiet. Quiet and chill. Oh, right. Yeah, I have to give you your bedroom back. That goes to the Baron. That goes to the Baron. That goes to the Baron. Now you just need your tomb. And there you go. Thank you. Now, Baron, you need stuff. We'll make you stuff. And Atir the child has been taken by a Fey mood. Craft Dwarf shop, of course. Log. Other log. Another log. I think it's going to be a craft made of wood. Just a suspicion, though. But seriously, thanks for the bits. Listen. Goes a long way. Helps keep the stream funded. And we've got Child, bringing more gems. Great Horned Owls are causing us pain. Sounds like a Monday. But yeah, no, people were very kind to me last month, so I got nothing to complain about. The occasional slow day ain't gonna break the bank. Alright, wow. Tapered cut baguette morions, schist blocks, rough clear zircons, cassowary bone, 2 lead bars, rough clear zircons, custard applewood logs, mango wood logs, and bitter orange wood logs. Quite the logs. How many books do I have in my library now? 49, not bad. But yeah, chat. I know that Bellinair did just raid us, but I have like no energy today, and I was kind of planning on winding down anyways. But I do have somebody to send you to though. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say that today's been a very productive day. We killed a were creature, we drowned 2 whole armies, and got invaded by the humans. So today's been busy. But we have lots of work to do on this fort yet. We built probably my favorite entrance I've done in a long time. And, yeah, we've made good work of this whole place. So what I'm going to say is this. It's time to save my game and put a marker in the chat. But chat, if you're here and you're lurking, can I get a round of beers? Because we've got somebody specific that we're going to go shout at.